We are live, everybody. I don't know if you knew that or not, but that's what we are. We are midday here, hanging out and trying to get a couple things set up here before we get excited. We're going to do something new today, or something I've never done today anyway. I thought you might, well, and we're going to do some things I hate to do. So, we're going to do things I'm trying out brand new. So, thank you all for being here. If you're catching this on the replay, we appreciate it. I'm already tired. How are you guys? Are you guys tired? I feel tired today. I do indeed. I haven't got anything done, wanted to get done really. I've been slacking today, I'm fearing. I did make a couple of videos today, work on that. All right. But, we need to, oh, that's a good point. And David's a genius. Did you guys know that? All right. Get rid of that. Do I look good? Madonna, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. What's going on in your part of the world? We're just getting started in my part of the world. Thank you for the thumbs up, all that good stuff. Hope you can hear me well. We're trying a new bit of technology today. There we go. I'm trying some new technology today. I got to clean up the kitchen a little bit. So, hope everybody's doing great. How's your weather, I hope? Thank you for the thumbs up. I hate cleaning up the kitchen. What do you guys think? Do you like cleaning up the kitchen or do you hate cleaning up the kitchen? Me personally, besides that, cleaning up the kitchen, putting groceries away, putting laundry away, are things I hate about owning a house, being an adult, all of that good stuff. I need to find my cleaner. I don't know. Everything seems to disappear. Have you ever noticed that? That things just kind of disappear? You guys can come with me over here. And then you get a rag. We'll let some more people get in here before we get too excited. All right, let's see. I need to get a bowl, wash out a bowl with the cover to put my wife's food in that her leftovers. So I'm gonna get some hot water running. I need a clean sponge. Now, no, you guys are new here. You might be really impressed by these sponges. I know sometimes simple things in life impresses us the most, right? So I bought these on Amazon. They're not real expensive, but there's a microfiber sponge or a sponge inside, microfiber, and a little scrubber. You get like a 12-pack or a 6-pack for $7 or $8. I use these like crazy. Then they're rewashable. Really like them. All right. Let's go over here. Now, my wife cooked herself some, I think this is pork belly. I'm not moving, my camera's tilting. AJ, My Views Your World is in the house. I'm in the kitchen again, buddy. I'm in the kitchen. I feel like it's punishment. And I'm trying my new AI tracking camera today. So this is my first time. I do dishes. Not well, but I do dishes. Yes, sir. Oh, I gotta feed Lily today. Lily, the dog, the winter dog, is waiting for me to feed her because I'm about 15 minutes late. I'll get you guys pulled up on the refrigerator. You guys can see yourself on my refrigerator here. See? Oh, my AI lost track. I think you're supposed to go, okay, and it starts to follow you again. See that? Now, you guys are on the TV now. I do. It's pretty cool. I got a second one coming because I didn't know which brand or type I would like. And you know, I told you guys I break plastic stuff really easy. Thanks all for the thumbs up, everybody, by the way. So I bought 2 of them. Now, right off the bat, I'll say this is the Rollei. It's extremely easy to use, but I don't know how smooth it is or how fast it is. So I think I got to learn to go a little slower because they can't keep up with it if you go really fast. So, well, it did not too bad, but we got to give Lily some food. So hopefully I won't make you guys dizzy. I'm fancy. I'm fancy. I am. Big John's in the house. You need smooth moves, baby. Poor old Lily's going, man, you just shut up and get some food a-cooking. Lily's having turkey and gravy for dinner. She gets a half a cup. We're trying to get our dog Lily on a diet, which is funny since I'm really fat. The irony's not lost on me that I'm really fat, but my dog is on a diet. I like to give her a little bit of brown gravy. You just ate chili. Ooh, that's one of my favorites. Is this a new device? It is. The AI camera, the tracking one, is brand new to my world. And yeah, it's brand new to my world and it's brand new itself. I warm my dog's food up for 25 seconds. Yes, I know, it's only a dog. The tripod I got a little small tripod that's not real stable. That's why it's starting to lean. Because as you move around, it shifts the weight on I need to use the better quality tripod that has a better foot and it wouldn't slide around a little bit. And the other problem I see with it is this, which may not be a problem. Dennis is in the house, ruff, ruff. All right, so here's one other problem. My poor dog is going to shut the hell up and give me damn food. Is, you know, I always use a battery pack. I can only theorize that if this is sitting on my kitchen table, and as the camera goes round and around and around and around and around and around, it may wrap this up. In theory. But All right, so here's Lily's dog food. Dennis, how are ya? Mike and Venus is in the house. Thank you all for being members, subscribers, followers, thumber uppers. It was only 24 seconds. Oh, hell, shit. That reminds me, I forgot to turn my phone on to do not disturb. Man, I got to get in a better habit of doing that. Oh, it was only 24, not 25? Well. My views, yes, you need to bring some of my tripods back from me, from America during my next trip. Okay. I bought a really good tripod because I have a tendency to break them because they're cheap plastic parts. So I actually bought a really good one the other day. But on the kitchen countertop here, because where you guys are, you probably can't tell, but you're on the island in the kitchen. So I can walk all the way around there. So here's Lily's food. It is in a slow feeder bowl. Let me give her some food. Come on, guys. Here we go. All right, get it. Get it. Yeah. I'm definitely seeing that the selfie stick tripod I've been using me not like. You need to bring some of your tripod. Yeah, you got to have tripods, man. I break them. And yes, DLV, do not disturb. Yeah, that's what she does. She calls, messes up my live streams. But I found out if you put the do not disturb on your phone, then nobody can mess up your live streams. Need to wash the hands. I'm going to probably make you guys dizzy. Yeah, this cheap tripod, well, it's not a cheap tripod, actually. It's a pretty expensive selfie stick tripod, but it doesn't hold super tight. Backlash is in the house. Good to see ya. Driving and working. I need to get more shirts from Dillard's during my next trip. Outstanding. Woo! I'm tired already. Are you going to go to the Dillard's outlet store? You know, the best place to buy shirts at Dillard's is the Dillard outlet stores. I mean, I bought $150 shirts for 20 bucks there multiple times. This live stream is brought to you by V8 Original. Dennis, everybody, thank y'all for watching and thumbs up, but I figured this. Since I can't convince anybody on the internet to give me $5 million bucks, if I suck up to these corporations, maybe they'll give me some. Mike Caminas loves V8. Now, this portion of the live stream is brought to you by V8 Energy. Man, the shit I try to do not to be poor. You have to turn the mirror effect off. Can you do that on Amazon? I mean, okay, I know what you mean because everything's backwards. My question is, can you do that on iPhone with the camera facing this way? That's kind of what I wonder. Can you do that? Does anybody know for sure on the iPhone if you can take the mirror effect off? I haven't. I looked a few times and I don't think I saw that, but I could be missing it. Should be in the camera setting. Well, I don't think I could do it now because we're live streaming, right? I know it's definitely not in the side panel here. That just hides everybody. Yeah, I need to remember to do that. I got to get better at remembering to put the phone on Do Not Disturb when I do live streams, and then also reversing the taking the mirror effect off. So I agree with you. That's why nobody's giving me $5 million, because I'm a crappy live streamer, right? I know that's what people were thinking, NJ. All right. This house is a mess. Lorelai's getting ready for her big birthday party, so that's coming up. But I feel like I need to do some chores. I'm gonna move over here. I need to wash some dishes. We're collecting rice water. See, when you rinse your rice, I'm collecting the rice water. And when I get the jar filled up, I use it to water my plants with. Not that you guys care, but that's what I do. All right. Yes, if we were in the Philippines, I would hire Yaya. But we are in America, and I can't even afford a ya, more or less a ya. There's always tomorrow chores. I know, man. Maybe you'll wake up and the dishes will be. Well, here's my deal. I got a deal. I got a beef. Look, and somebody put the rice container. I'm very particular about certain things. Look, so to make my life easier, which my wife doesn't do very good at, this is the rice scooper bowly thingy-jingy, the measuring dilly bopper. Well, come on. Come on. There. It goes right here. See? There's the rice container. It goes right here. And then those are my raisin wafers. That's where that goes. The honey goes here. There's a little board right here. One bowl and one spoon goes here. My tea and coffee fixings in here. Here's our little baby rice cooker. My wife won't let me use the draining board. She says they're ugly to look at. I guess they're ugly to look at, but they're very good to have. So I have kind of a rule that I try to keep getting the wife to go with. Why don't we both just get one plate, one bowl, one fork, one spoon, and keep it kind of like prison? And then we wouldn't have any dirty dishes. If you washed your bowl immediately after use, put it over here on the mat, then we'd never have to get another one out of the cabinet. You just use the same one over and over and over. I do dishes. I was my heavy cast iron pan. That's MJ says that's cool. Using the OK sign to get it backtracking. Yeah, that is one of the cool technologies. If you put your hand up like a stop sign, it will stop tracking. I just made a mess of my glasses. It will stop tracking you. So it is cool. That's partly why I bought it, to be honest. So I want to be cool like MJ. Man, I want to be cool. Here's another rule I have about dishes in kitchens. All right, This is a little tip for you. If you have like, maybe you guys can see, over here, I'll show you. Let me show you. So this is the rack that your silverware goes into, right? Inside the dishwasher. Whether you use this outside the dishwasher or inside the dishwasher, here's the rule. Put all the spoons together, all the forks together, all the other weird things together, and all the knives together. Then when you go to put them away, you just grab the whole thing and you pick up all the spoons. That's it. That's it. Yes, I am Martha Stewart Incorporated. Martha Stewart has nothing on this boy. The company, well, that's what I'm trying to get to. I use paper plates, Big John says. We like paper plates, but then I got to take out more trash. If I could just get my wife to wash her dishes that she uses, what's the matter, Lily? Go outside, go. What's wrong? Go. If I could just get her, then we wouldn't need to do that. We wouldn't need to wash that. This company needs you to pay for their advertisement. I agree. Somebody needs to pay me. Nobody else will give me $5 million. I like to clean my floors with pine soil. Lemon scented is the only product that I use on my floors. Lily, can you not get outside? Lily's having trouble going outside. You guys aren't going to be able to follow me, but give me a second. You okay? What's wrong? You need to go? Yes. She couldn't get through the doggy door for some reason. With Lily's bad leg, sometimes she doesn't have the confidence to put weight on it, so. All right, the hand raise. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. So we hope everybody's doing great tonight. It's Wednesday in America. All I do is dishes. See, I keep one coffee cup and one bowl over here. But I can't get my wife to join the prison system in this house. You know? The other thing we do is, here's her rice cooker, right? Since I don't eat rice, Lorelai's the only one that eats rice. When her bowl, or when the rice is out and it needs to be cooked for the next morning, we put the container like this. So when I get up in the morning, I know that I gotta remember to cook her rice for the day. Man, what a good husband I am. Man, you guys are probably jealous, aren't you? Oh, shit, that water's hot. What's going on anywhere else in the world? Give me something exciting that's happening for you. Now, my wife likes to drink that green powdery mocha tea stuff that stains the dishes really bad. So I don't know what's wrong with doing the prison system. I mean, if it's good for all those millions of prisoners we have around the world, why isn't it good for us? Why can't we adopt it? One plate, one bowl, one spoon, one fork, one cup. That's it. You wash them, you eat them, you wash them, you eat them. I don't know how I become a yah-yah in this world. Sometimes people in the world forget that we're manly men. AJ says, I think I'm going to Manila next weekend for Chinese New Year. Oh, that'd be cool. I've always wanted to see a big time Chinese New Year. Like either out like in San Francisco or something like that. Come on. There you go. I thought it'd be always really cool to see one. Are you going to make some videos on it, I'm sure? I got out my new hair trimmer today and did a video on my new hair trimmer. So that's all I've been doing. And since my wife won't let me have a drain board, she says drain boards are ugly in the house, I have to use this one little bitty mat to put dishes on to dry. Filipinas think the dishwasher's a drying rack. I keep trying to tell my wife it's not a drying rack, it's a dishwasher. Good Samaritan says, hello, good to see ya. Daddy, how are you? Well, I don't know. I don't know how your daddy is, but do you think your dad watches our live streams? If he does, he's probably very brilliant if he does. I mean, that's impressive. I think it's really unique that you come to our live stream to find your dad. Did he abandon you when you were a kid because you smelt bad or something? Gonna get some videos? Yes, yes, yes. It will be cool. I look forward to seeing some of that. I really do. I wish I could go with you, but I'm not allowed to go to the bathroom without permission because I'm married. So, my wife's going to watch this later and yell at me. What? I heard what you said. None of that's true. All of those people are going to think I'm a horrible wife. No, you're not a horrible wife. Happiness and love, happiness and love. Oh, I'll show, I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, which I'm okay with because, I'm kind of halfway there. Did I turn this shitting thing on? No. You guys need to do a better job of reminding me to do things. So here's the spoon I like. I even have one particular spoon that I like to use. Now, I know you're going to think this is funny and ironic. As big as mouth as I have, as much shit trash and talking I do, I like to eat with little bitty spoons. So that goes over in my corner of the kitchen. Wipe front to back. Yes, you gotta wipe front to back. I wish we could crack jokes all day long. Well, you can, man. You gotta be happy. Thank you for subscribing, Good Samaritan, to the channel and the thumbs up. And remember, we are taking donations no less than $5 million USD. If you can't do the $5 million, don't bother. And by the way, this live stream is brought to you by For the Times Cleaning Action Pine Sol Lemon Fresh Smell. But I don't have room to do dishes because Lorelai won't empty. I don't know. I need to hire a yah-yah. I'm crazy, screw loose, wing nuts. What else should I do? I should probably do nothing. All right. We got 20 million thousands of these little bowls everywhere. My wife takes them for her lunch. And then we got 4.2 million of these containers that instead of just cleaning one every time and taking it back to work, when you get home from work, you just get a new one and David has to clean it. Let me get that over here. And yes, in case you're wondering, I am bitching and whining. Are the IOU accepted? If that's all I can get, I'll take an IOU. Man, I'm telling you. You know, I sold a topless photo of myself the other day for the first time. And they mailed it back to me, asking for double the refund after they realized what it was. So, they wanted damages for emotional distress. Almost broke my heart. Wish you could buy some of my products. I wish you could too. I wish I had products to sell. For the right money, I'll sell myself. You know, I'm a very honest young man. I have very little shame. So if you got the money, I can give you some honey. You know? Here's another pet peeve. I'm bitching about pet peeves today. How's that? So, in your sink in America, if you don't know this, which I know a lot of you guys do, you have two compartments, right? You have one compartment that usually has a garbage disposal on it. So when you clean a dish and you dump the food, that side, that yucky stuff goes into the garbage disposal side. That side needs to stay dish free. We don't want to pile that sink up with dishes because when a new dish comes along, then we got to move them all to scrape the food off. But my wife thinks every dirty dish with food in it should go in there, the dish, not the food, but the dish and the food. And I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, you got to keep that clear or I got to do all more work. Chinese New Year's right around the corner. I think that's an exciting time of the year, especially if you're Chinese. You will have a lot of fun in Manila. There's Galactic Gaming in the house. What's up, man? How are you? Well, as you can see, young man, Galactic Gaming, I'm in the kitchen working because my yaya demanded more momo, and we have no momo, so she quit. Everybody said hello to Galactic Gaming. Good to see you, buddy. You broke the internet. Stop. It stopped. Yes. I broke it yesterday. I know that. So, ooh, he's got the new iPhone thing I saw you talking about in the video. Yeah, I got the new, it has nothing to do with your phone. I'll tell you that much. Ooh, it's hot in this house. So it doesn't matter what you put on this tracking camera. The camera follows you and does not connect to your phone at all. You could put Pine Sol on your camera and wherever you walked, it would just rotate. So it has nothing to do with the camera. It's called Motion Tracking AI camera. I got two of them. You rode your stationary bike today? I got some sore buttocks now. I love bike riding, but you're right. Buttocks is the worst thing to be sore. It is pretty awesome. This is the first time I'm using it, so I'm kind of trying it out, getting a feel for it. I do wish it was a little faster and a little smoother. Oh, see, I thought I said stop. So it stopped moving. See? Now I got to come here and go. Right? Or is it this? There you go. And now it's going to move again. So you give it the OK sign, and it will retrack you. If you put your hand up, it stops. Then you got to come back and go. And it follows you again. Do a quick backflip. If I did a backflip, one of you people are going to have to come to the house and help 911 get me off the floor. No, they're under $30. No. This thing is under, now here's the funny thing, you being German, being European, this company that makes this is Rollei. This is like a German or a Swiss company. They don't even put shit in English. The instructions came, there's no English on the instructions. So I had to go back and watch videos to try to figure out how to use it. It's really easy to use. And I got another one coming too. I bought 2 of them. And why I bought 2 of them, because I didn't know how durable they were going to be, how well they were going to work. And I have a real problem breaking things. So I bought 2 of them, and I told Lorelei that I got her one. But really, I bought 2 for me. Because I told Lorelei, the wife, hey, you know, we got that makeup girl that comes to our house a lot and does TikTok dancing, which is really stupid, but whatever. And I told Lorelei now her friends can be all jealous because she can do Facebook, TikTok, and dancing, and the camera will follow her everywhere she goes. Ooh, la, see? No, so it's under $40, $30. That's native for how hand signal. Woohoo! Hey, I saw that in California. Billie Eilish is going to give up the property that she stole from the Native Americans in California. Did you see that? She's going to give her $21 million mansion back to the Native Americans of California. And apparently she has a place in Oklahoma that she's giving back to the Choctaws or the Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma. Breaking Bad. You like that, Galactic? My views, your world. Why isn't it my world, your views? Woohoo! Because you're viewing, I'm viewing. I gotta say, man, the TikTok dancing is strange. Yeah, I agree. I couldn't imagine doing it in front of loads of people in public like some people do. I'd be embarrassed. Well, the problem is they do the same damn dance. This little group, they can't do any new or creative. It's all the same, and it's stupid. I think it's stupid. They want to be, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just being mean. I think it's stupid. But now Lorelei, if she wants to do it, which she does on Facebook some, she can dance with the camera. Oops, I just told her to shut off. Dance with the camera, son. Smokey's in the house, and we confess our sins. We're going to do that again. He's faithful and just forgive us, cleanse us, righteousness. All I can say, Smokey, what I recommend to people that have strong beliefs about religion of any kind, focus on yourself. Make sure you are good with your own religion, your own Lord, your own beliefs. Worry about you and yours so that you can be what you want to be, so that you can get into the heaven that you imagine. I tell everybody, your problem isn't my problem. My problem, I don't care. Galactic's problems, not my problem. All these other people in the world are not my problem. My problem is me. I respect you too. Sounds outstanding, Smokey, no big deal. It's fine with me, to be honest. I'm very much more of a philosopher and a science guy. I think religion is great. I think it gives people a place to belong, like gangs and the military are the same way. And if you're good with religion, then be good with your religion. I tell people, don't worry about other people and their religion. You just worry about yourself and how to improve yourself. That's what we have to do in life. We have to take care of ourselves. We have to look at us and go, how can I tell somebody? It's kind of like I use the analogy of police officers. If a cop has a bad habit of not stopping at stop signs, then how can he have the moral high ground to tell me not, or to give me a ticket for not stopping at a stop sign? Religion's the same way. Pat's in the house, good evening. Hey, mate, good to see you. Hello, 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 hello. Pat, we got the new device out. See? Hello, I feel like I'm doing the Hawaiian thing. And yes, Pat, once again, I am doing dishes. It's unfair that I have to do dishes. I'm the man of the house. I should be able to afford a ya-ya, but in America, you can't even afford a ya. More or less a ya-ya. Pat, I'm glad you're doing good. All right. I think I'm hoping the camera does a good job following you. The other side. I got a runny nose today. Hello, Tarzan. Good to see you. Man, finally they picked our trash up. You know, we had the snowstorm, right? The big old blizzard that came through. So they didn't pick our trash up for a week. They missed. And so I have a bunch of trash out in the garage. That filled up the trash can. So the trash I got now needs to go, and so I'm running out of trash space is what I'm talking about. I'm running out of space in the trash can. See, my wife believes that the dishwasher is a drain board. Yeah, what I'm gonna, Smokey, what I'm gonna tell you is something. And you may not like it, and you may like it, I don't know. If you have an open mind, you'll find it interesting. Because I love talking about religion, politics, science, you name it. I don't have a problem with it. Do you know why all religions tell people to go spread the word of their gospel? You know why? Why do you think that is? That's my question. I have the answer. It's because they want the money. I hate to tell you this, and this may burst your bubble, but there's not a religion, maybe the Buddhist, very few groups that are not about money. If you took the money out of the Christian context, do you think they would still be doing what they're doing? They would not. It's all about the money. Why we go out and spread the word to get more followers is to get more money, to build bigger churches. Instead of helping people, we build bigger churches. That's what it is. Companies do this. Why do companies hire people to go and sell their product? To make more money. Religion's a product. It just is. What I want you to do is look up what's called the white man's burden in history. I want you to study that. The white man's burden. Smokey, I don't see a Lambo on my drive. I did just accept Jesus into my life for nothing. Churches are business, they are. Hello, my views, your world. Pat is good in the house. Well, good. Then I ask you to renounce all of your wealth and never have any wealth. If you truly are, because I've actually been to a Buddhist temple, and it was one of the most spiritually moving places I've ever been to in my life, a Buddhist temple. Blew my mind. Blew my mind. I tell people, no matter what religion you are, if you truly believe that, then renounce all financial means. Yep, but you've been told to do the devil's work, and you're doing it for free, Smokey. Big John's in the house. I heard you guys say he was trying to start a church so he could work one day of the week and pay no taxes. That's what I want to do. Brother David knows I'm a Christian, folks. Yes, Pat is a Christian and a good guy too, but he doesn't get offended if we talk about religion in more of a broad, theoretical, hypothetical, theology format, which I like to do. I like to have deep conversations and hear everybody's points. But if you took the money away, would they still love Jesus Christ? I mean, seriously, ask yourself this. If you took the money out of the equation, would they still love Jesus Christ? If you took the money out of the equation, would people still follow the Pope? If you took control out of the Muslim culture and the money that goes with it, would they still be a Muslim? Except for the people that are forced to do it or they die. Maybe that's our business from my dreams, David. Yes, a church of David. And David is, by the way, the King of the Kings. So that's all I ask you to do. I think it's great that you have a faith and that you believe. I really do. I think human beings are biologically designed to have to believe into something. They want to be a part of something greater, whether it's a gang, the military, a religion, a corporation, a cult. Humans want to belong. You can be the preacher, I hand out the collection basket. You're going to hand out the collection basket and count the money? All right. Because I don't go to church, though. Oh, I don't like, I missed a word there, Pat. Well, and that's my problem, Smokey, and you guys, Smokey wrote a lot, so. Pat's in the house, Tim's in the house, saying hello to me and everybody else. So Smokey, here's my problem with a lot of religion. A lot of people only follow it when they're in their darkest hour. How many Christians are there, or religious believers of different faiths, who are locked up in prison, right? So they didn't have God when they were out in public, but they sure did find it when they went to prison. It's kind of like there's no atheists and foxholes type of thing. So that's my problem, are the part-time religion. You know, I am a godly man when it suits me, but I'm not when it doesn't. So you either are or you are not. And this is what I tell people. And I got role models in my life, so I understand this. If you are, then be it, live it, do it. But you can't half-ass it. I'm going to sit down for a second. Let me take you guys over here with me. Sorry, everybody. I don't feel like... Sorry, everybody. Sometimes I don't feel like I've recuperated from my pacemaker stuff isn't the greatest. Sometimes I feel that way. So hold on, let me get caught up. Let me go get my iPad. Hold on, I need to read the chat. All right, sorry, boys and girls. Let me open up my iPad so I can read the chat a little bit better. And I'll get caught up, I promise. But I'm a firm believer that people need something to believe in. It's how they validate their being. Let me see if I can get caught up. Everybody's saying hello to Tim. Thank you for coming in, Tim, Galactic. Let me... Let me get caught up here. Sorry, guys. Hello, Pat. Found a doggy in prison. Hello, Brother Dennis. Good to see you from Pat. Tim, hello. My views. Give God, Jesus, the credit for all things good, but nothing for the bad. Yes. I think religion was created to explain the unexplained, and many years ago. I don't disagree. And it was developed into all of these different religions. I agree. Over 1,000 years. And I'm going to tell you my biggest thing with religion, my biggest problem with the Bible and religion. And I want you guys to listen to this, and maybe it'll ring a bell with you. Pat says, take it easy. Yes, I got to catch my breath. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I'm running out of crap. You know how us old people are. All right, I think I'm caught up. Smokey, I have to go, guys. No, don't go yet. I want to tell you about the Bible. I want to discuss the Bible. Pat says, Dennis says, hello. I think religions are created to control people. Here's the problem I have with religion and supposedly the Word of God. And I'm not into the Muslim faith. I have a lot of problems with the Muslim faith. But the one thing I will say, they have not altered, as far as I know, and I can tell in history, the Quran. The Quran is the same thing it's been for thousands of years. My problem with the Bible and what people follow today is it's been manipulated by man. And I know devout followers are going to say, no, it hasn't. It's the Word of God. Well, it can't be the Word of God because man wrote it, typed it, worked it, wrote it out. And you cannot tell me over the centuries that popes and kings did not influence what the Bible said to go onto their side so that it fit more with their ideology, their beliefs. The Bible in its current status has been written by humans, by man. So therefore, it's not accurate. It's not a true Word of God. That's what I think about the Bible. That's the problem with the Bible. Too many little fingers have been in it to manipulate it to suit their own personal needs. Dennis says hello to everybody. I was just about to say it's like Chinese whispers over the years. It changes so much, Galactic says. Imagine we read the first Bible. Yeah, and that's kind of my point, because I hate to tell everybody this, but popes have been corrupt, dishonest people. World leaders, religious leaders throughout the world are not saints. They're not in it just they're not. I hate to tell you this. I hate to burst people's bubbles, but humans are flawed. We are innately flawed. And I'm telling you, if you have power, you're going to manipulate the system to benefit you and yours. It's just human nature. It may not be intended, but it is what happens. It just is. Hello, Dennis. Religion has been influenced by outside sources for many years. Yes. And now religion is used to make money. I believe in history, religion was used to control. I agree. Galactic was used to control. Now, it's used for money. I got to get my camera to move again. There you go. So, Dennis says, oh, I was going to make a joke for you earlier, Dennis, that I was going to send you, who was here? We had somebody from Colombia on one of the live streams recently, or video, or chatted me or something. And I was thinking about you because I'm like, oh man, it's the I like this, the Colombian arm candy. So, crew. Maybe religion was good. I think it was. I think it was to give hope. What religion does best, it gives people hope. And like I've said, I'm not, I believe people need hope. They need something to believe in. They need something to attach their wagon to. Otherwise, they sit there and go, well, why am I here? Well, if you believe in God, well, you're here to serve God, to worship God, to praise God. But if you don't believe in God, then why are you here? You see? So the majority of the masses want to believe in something higher than themselves because, one, they're afraid what may happen to their body after they die. So they hang on to something. They do. And it's okay. It really, really, really is okay for them to do that. But just be honest about it. The people that don't believe in God, that are atheists, that believe that there's nothing out there, well, then they're just more comfortable in their personality with nothing being out there. Hello, village of poor people. I pray every day, and you do work for free. God will give you blessings in the future, is how it all started. That's right. But I don't know. I just don't like, people don't need to worry about other people. You need to worry about yourself. It's needed. It's not the answer. It's all problems, but it's a guide for life. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Pat says, I lost my connection. Pat has been smited. It's all about 651 AD. Ultraman standardized the Quran. He picked one Quran, and one Quran only is what they have today. They destroyed others. Well, and that's my point. So, okay. So what you're saying is the Muslims have multiple Qurans, but they destroyed it all. They picked one that motivated them. So there is a Muslim leader who said, I like this version because it benefits me, right? That's what we're saying with that statement. And therefore, now it hasn't changed for hundreds of years because one leader said, that's what we're going to believe in. Well, on the other side of the coin, the Christians just change it as they go along. There's too many versions of it. King James version, this version, that version. The Pope comes out with a new creed. Says, no, gay marriages are okay, or they're not okay. You see what I mean? Whether you like the Muslim belief and faith, I don't like their extremists at all. The Shiite law is horrible, 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 and a lot of Muslims are oppressed. But at least they have one thing that they've been following for hundreds of years, not 27 different types. True, Tim. It's needed. Yeah, it's not the answer, but it is a good guide for life. You're here because your parents did the do, John says. Yeah, we are here because mom and daddy did the do, and they forgot to use the rubber. Or they didn't put you on the wall. Remember that you don't need to go to a workshop center to be I agree. You don't need to go somewhere to worship to be a religious person or have faith or believe. Just like you don't have to work in a science laboratory to believe in science. You just don't. I have a lot of friends growing up that they believed the best way to connect with their religion was to go outdoors. And a lot of them had some Native American blood, like Big John, but a lot of them had Native American blood. Not a lot, but they still had this calling to be outside in nature, and that brought them closer to anything. And I don't disagree with that. Galactic Gaming, yes. I do. And that's kind of where I go down some of these rabbit holes because I think I don't know what term, we've talked about this. I don't know what term I would use for the word God, but how it's used in modern context, I don't know if I agree with. I absolutely 1000% agree with evolution. And you can see that in modern today. And I'm going to give you an example, many examples, thousands of examples out there. Evolution happens every day. We evolve every day, right? We do that. We do it. Iguanas in Florida are dropping out of the trees like flies because they can't handle the cold weather. But a scientist today that I listened to talked about they're getting better at it. They're recovering faster than ever before. So they are changing, adapting to their environment. Isn't that evolution? Yeah, I like that. And I know, I like what Dennis says about how blessed we are to be in a civilized, I can't remember the number. Dennis comes out with a good number. So if Dennis is back there, Dennis has a nice saying about how, we are blessed to be where we are at. But you're right. The fact is that if we're lucky, we get 100 summers. That's amazing, right? To think about that. In the history of the world, the planet, and I don't think the planet's 4,000 years old. I think the planet is millions of years old. I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm a science guy. Geology tells us. Religion doesn't tell us. Religion tells us about religion, not about science. And they can go hand in hand in some cases. Smokey says, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I respect all of you. We respect you too. We just love having open dialogue and conversations on this channel. A lot of people get offended too easily. I don't get offended, but I do like to poke the bear. I do like to play devil's advocate. I like to challenge, I like to stir the pot because I think it's fun, entertaining, and most importantly, that's how we learn and grow in the world. Glad you're here. Thank you for being that. See you later. Glad you Gaming says, take care. Water, the nectar of the poor. Where the hell's my soda? We don't have any soda in this house because Lorelei and I are on a diet again. So, Lorelei's birthday. Everybody's invited to Lorelei's birthday. It's March something. The first weekend of March. I wrote it down on March the 7th, I think. We are going to live stream it. It's about this time in the afternoon. Going to be a bunch of girls here probably dancing and eating a lot of food. I am going to live stream it, so you guys are all welcome to be here. Pat says, I have advice. I hear old sayings, and you don't have to be in a church and stained glass buildings. You can have church at home in your own time, pray. I agree. I don't go to the church building at all. I believe in God. That's it. Craig says, if God is a conscious and creates reality for us, where did that? Where did it come from? I agree, Craig, where you're going. The big question that are unanswerable. In other words, you're on a diet. Yeah. And Lorelei's party's coming up in a few weeks, so I'm on a diet. Because she's trying to lose weight before her party comes up. So she looks better in her fancy clothes. Yeah, so I'm on a diet. I'm being punished. Craig, and I think you do got to look at that. I believe in the Big Bang Theory. Now, I would tell people at the college when we would talk about this, we have a lot of religious scientists at the college. Well, and they would talk about and debate this. I'm like, well, it's simple. Didn't God just create the Big Bang Theory? Why don't you just say that and get it over with and problem solved? Your God created the Big Bang Theory. Now everything else follows suit, which included evolution and the Big Bang Theory. Just go that way. Go further back. Yes, I'm on a diet. Pictures, galaxies are lottery tickets. I need a lottery ticket. I need to win. Nobody will give me $5 million, so I need to get a lottery ticket. Millions and millions, but we only win one jackpot. That's us. I agree. Humans are the jackpot of the galaxy. I don't think God created us personally. I totally agree. Tough love for my wife or for me, John? Big Bang is wrong. Okay, if Big Bang doesn't exist, what is it? What is it? Is it and how else would you explain it? How else would you explain it? At some point in time, everything had to come into what it is, right? I mean, we can say everything has always been what it has been for, but then again, what about the concept of time? You know, you cannot create something from nothing. Well, then how did it, but I guess that's kind of well, maybe that's a good point, Greg. Or in the Big Bang Theory, I look at the Big Bang Theory, not the TV show, how it did start as something minute that bloomed or blossomed into what we have. So in my theory, the Big Bang Theory, there's already something there that more or less exploded into what we have, Big Bang. Now, I could be totally wrong about what the smart people think the Big Bang Theory is, but in my peon brain, I look at the Big Bang Theory kind of like that. There was a pea that exploded, and now we have, everything from the one little pea. This planet is a random fluke. I don't disagree with that. It's a fascinating scientific thing. It's an anomaly. I agree with that. Some believe we come from a star. Yeah, stardust. That's something. Okay. And what do we call that word? Pamsporia? Is that the word, John? Craig? Pansporia? P-A-N, sporia? That's what I think happened to the planet. Trying to fathom what started everything and where it started from hurts my brain. Makes me believe in more simulation theory. Yes, we're all an AI program. We are. We're entertainment for some fat little nerdy guy sitting in his computer or his nerdy little extraterrestrial laughing at us. We're all part of a little snow globe thing. We're an AI. Greg says they all take from the poor. All the religions take from the poor. I agree. And that's my point. If you truly believe in God, that God will provide all of your needs, then give everything you have away. Surrender your wealth. But if you really believe, surrender your wealth. Walk the streets with nothing and worship God then. I like that. Why does everybody start with an explosion? Well, I don't know. Shit, John, I don't know. What do you? Because explosions are cool? We can imagine going, maybe when we conceive children, it's kind of like a little minor explosion. Maybe that's what it is, Maybe that's where that comes from, the euphoria of an explosion. Everything rises from ashes. Ashes of what? Where did the ashes come from? What were they? Why are they ashes? I don't like any preachers that are up to no good. And there's a lot of them. And that's kind of what I mean. I don't like false gods. I don't like and I don't like the way things are done. One, you're not going to tell me how to live. You're not going to tell me that you need my bank routing number so that you can take my tithing out every month like clockwork. You're not going to do that. I have just a different perspective. I believe everybody can be, whatever faith you are. I think men and women equally can have the same beliefs. I do. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you don't believe like the man does, right? So if a man can be a preacher, a woman can be a preacher. That's how I see it. And when these churches try to say, no, the women should not preach, should not lead, for me, that's bullshit. Because I think if I can do it, they can do it. Whatever it is. If they don't want to do it, okay. But don't sit there and tell me, no, the women have to go over there. I don't like that. You're right, Brother David. I agree with it. Thank you, Pat. I always like it when people agree with me. It makes me feel smarter. I shaved my beard today. I trimmed my beard down with my brand new trimmer. I bought a brand new beard trimmer today, or this week, a couple weeks ago. I made a video of it. You guys are going to have to watch me trim my beard. Random, but does anyone else love Marvel? Read my comment before. That's my truth. Okay. Let me get back up. Read my comment. That's my truth. All right. Let me get back up. I thought because a thought that becomes overwhelming turn into reality to allow the thought to become. Okay, I misread it earlier. Sorry, Craig. Craig says, and I like it. I like his comment. A thought that becomes overwhelming, where religion is, the planet is, the solar, everything is overwhelming. It can be. Turned into reality to allow the thought to become. So if something is overwhelming, you make it into a reality. I think that's paraphrasing for Craig. Random, does anybody love Marvel? Marvel what? What do you mean Marvel? I don't know what Marvel is. Tell me, give me more words. I did. I saved the trimmings for the orphans. Oh, God. Pat says, yeah, welcome, anytime, Pat. So, by the way, thanks for all the thumbs up. Remember, I'm still hunting for that $5 million. This live stream is brought to you by, what is this? Sam's Purified Water, the only water we drink in this household. If I can't get a $5 million donation, I'm going to get a corporate sponsor somewhere. Manifesting, woohoo! Like Spider-Man and stuff. Oh, Marvel TV? No, not really, to be honest. You mean like Spider-Man and Batman and Superman and Aquaman and what's the other guy, the Tony Stark guy with the thingy? To be honest, I'm not a super big fan of all that stuff. I'm not, I don't know why. I just kind of find it weird. We're manifesting things John is throwing out there. And Mr. Craig from the land down under, the king of the land down under, the down under king, says, you are correct, John. Thank you. Give some hearts for that one. Give me some hearts. Give some hearts. There you go. Remember to double tap that screen, by the way. Most of what you name is DC. I'm ashamed. Well, what is Marvel then? Which ones are Marvel? See, I guess I don't know enough to know. Which is which? Is Star Trek? No, Star Trek and Star Wars aren't those, right? I like things that kill people. Do they kill people? I like killing people things. My Visual World says, be right back. I have to get ready for a video premiere. I hope you guys keep your clothes on. And every time I take my clothes off on a premiere, they tell me to put it back on. I don't know what's wrong with that. Marvel fans hate DC fans. Okay. Well, what happens if Marvel buys DC? What's going to happen then? What does DC stand for? District of Columbia? I wonder what it stands for. The adventures like Iron Man and Spider-Man, Thor, Hulk, etc. are Marvel. Superman, Aquaman, all of them. Confused as well, but now I properly love it. Great. So you're apparently a Marvel guy, not a DC guy. But doesn't the DC ones have prettier women in it? And that's all we care about, right? Is how good looking the women are? Which one has the better women? You're a guy. That's all you should care about is the women. Women! How much for the woman? I'm a big kid, really. Well, you wearing your pull-ups? I'm a big kid now. There's a commercial in America. It used to be on. I don't see it anymore. But it's called, they sell, what do you call those pull-ups for kids? Like diaper shorts for kids that they can, I don't know what you call them or what they do. But they're called pull-ups. I guess you pull them up. They're like a diaper that you wear in public or something. I don't know. But the tagline is, I'm a big kid now. If Marvel merged with DC, it would surely fracture time and space as we know it. Ooh, that might be fun, though. A bit critical of me. I love DC too. Wonder Woman makes me happy. I think every woman in a skimpy outfit makes you happy. I just do. And why are all of the superheroes? Here's the question. Why are all of the superheroes, besides the Purple King guy, why is everybody from a first world country? Why are all the superheroes from the first world countries? White people, or if they're colored people, they're from a first world country. Why is that? Why isn't there any superheroes from third world countries? Multiple dimensions and timelines, so nothing really makes sense and nothing really matters, right? Nothing really matters anymore. Every time you look at something, you get different results. I agree, science causes error, but everything mask. We will never work it out. We won't, Greg. I agree. I totally agree. I agree, man. I totally agree. Everything is an error. I agree. Pampers shorts, okay. Old age home shorts, pull-ups for the old people. I'm a big kid now. My wife used to, when she got to America, she saw that commercial. And when I was being a dickhead, I guess she's like, you're a big dickhead kid now. You're a big dickhead kid now. She would call me a big dickhead because I was being a dickhead, I guess. But you're a dickhead kid now. What? Because true heroes come from hardship. How can first world people have hardships? I'm secretly Spider-Man. I don't know. All right. I believe in the multiverse theory could be true. I think it's very true. I think it's very possible. I really do. I don't know about the multiverse. What I don't know is it's being able to, maybe say it this way, being able to flip back and forth at all. I don't know if that's possible. I think it's believable, but I'm not for sure that if the universe is, I don't know if I believe that happens. I don't know if I believe that, if that makes sense. If we have multiple universes, I don't think we're leapfrogging back and forth. No, I said, yeah, why aren't any superheroes from third world countries? Why are they just all fat white guys like me? I'm a bald-headed peckerhead. At least you're not a peckerwood or a woodpecker. If you get bullied at school, you know you're all going to superpowers on your next school field trip. That's normal. What happens in the movies, is that right? Well, I never got bullied in school. I got bullied one time and I busted his nose. And then after that, nobody ever bullied me. Never did. I had a kid, though, on a school bus bully me, and I took him down and just beat the living snot shit out of him on the school bus. Blood was everywhere, because I learned early on when I was like 2 years old that if you make somebody bleed, they get scared. And so the ideal is to bust somebody in the nose, bust it open, or collapse their windpipe. I knew that about when I was 2 years old. So I never really got bullied. Never been bullied in my life. Luckily. That's why I talk about bullying so much and how not to be bullied. Peter Parker got bullied, then he got bit by a spider. Lucky SOB. I've been bit by a spider. It just hurt. That's all it did. You know, it didn't make me super. It made me hurt. Peter Parker picked a Piper Peckers or whatever the hell he did. Some claim that the ruins on the moon and Mars are not from the past, but from our future. Try getting your head around that. I've actually heard a little bit about that, Craig. I really have. I've heard where there are people that look there and go, okay, those are ruins from the future, not our past, but from a future universe, where after we destroy the planet, those are where we wind up being. We've talked about this. My biggest deal is I want us to go back to the moon. I so badly want us to go back to the moon tomorrow. I want us to take HD cameras. I want to get 20 people up there. I want them to dig big ass holes in the ground. I want them to ring the bell of the moon. I want them to explore the moon so badly. If I was Elon Musk, by God, me and my personal plane would be up at the moon tomorrow, digging around on it, screwing with it, because that would solve a lot of questions, answer a lot of questions. I played football in high school with my 3 brothers. 4 of us played on the same. Well, that's pretty cool. All of my brothers are a little older than me, so I didn't get to play with them. Only one of them played. Pat says, I saw Patricia yesterday night. She was on another channel at midnight. I hope you said hello to her from all of us. I like Patricia. She's a nice lady. Dennis likes her because she's a pretty lady. I can't say a girl is pretty because I'm married, but Dennis is single. He can say it. So on behalf of Dennis, Dennis recognizes that Patricia is very pretty. So we talked some. Pat says, nice, nice, nice. She's in the land of Cebu, where the wife is from. My wife told me yesterday she's really getting antsy about wanting to go back to the Philippines and visit her friends and eat food. So we're supposedly going to go back in the year 27. So I think she's getting antsy. Maybe she'll want to spend her birthday there. I don't know. I'm okay with going, but I'm also okay, whatever, you know. I'd prefer to go on a cruise, but whatever. Rusty's in the house. Good evening, Trump 2028. Well, I think he's still in office currently, so he can't run, just so you know. Does anybody know how many years a president can serve? Do you know this answer? I will give you a topless photo of myself if you get the correct number of years a U.S. president can be president for. Or how many years, you get the point, right? So how many years can you be president? You get a topless picture of me, man. I mean, that's worth like $2 million. Did Trump just pass new laws reinforcing the DOD control? Yes, I think so. Strengthening the 68 control of NASA? Yes, I believe he did. They may go back, but we will never be told. Last 10 days, I think. And Elon Musk just did something big too. He merged a couple of his companies. I didn't read exactly what that's going to mean, but I'm hoping it bumps up my Tesla stock. So apparently Elon is doing something. He's on the move, and he's back in the White House. Pat saying hello to you, Rusty. John says, thoughts don't count. Number 8, Rusty says, all right, well, okay. Anyone stack silver or gold? Yes. Tough days last week with. Oh, did it drop last week? We have it. We bought it at $29 an ounce, but we don't have any intentions of selling it. I literally have it saved back silver for Lorelei's old age as an emergency fund. So we have some set aside. I did buy a bunch of stock in gold and mining companies lately. They've been doing really well. Arkansas is getting ready to start lithium mining, by the way. So I'm joining that bandwagon. I would love to orbit the Earth. Yeah, I agree, Tim. I think it'd be fascinating. But Trump's going to change that. He can't and he won't. He doesn't want to. I can tell you that. 8 years. Oh, is that what the... No. Wrong. 8 years is incorrect. Incorrect. Now, I expect you to get it wrong because, you know, you're not a handsome, good-looking American citizen like me, so I expect you to get it wrong, my friend. Nope. Hello, Rusty says. Yes, Rusty. Everybody said hello to Rusty before he gets sad. Did your Tesla stock drop while silver was in the bull run? No, I don't think it did. I think it's doing really well. I don't pay much attention to any of it because I just don't care. You know, I buy stock for long-term investments for my wife. Other than that, I don't really care. I don't sell it and all that. I just don't. There's a couple things that I'm really, really proud of. Stocks that I bought at really good times that have made me a shitload of money that's just sitting there on paper. that I'm really proud of. But other than that, I don't pay a lot of attention. Copper is at an all-time high. Well, I just saw a thing today, and I'm going to study it a little bit, that Arkansas is apparently getting into the lithium mining business. Now, Arkansas is famous for the bauxite, but apparently we found lithium here. A lot of lithium. 8 years originally could serve more than 8 years. Tim says 8 years originally could serve more than 8 years. Yeah, but currently, let's say in today's world, how many years total could you be president for? This is a tough question for a lot of people. Most people can't get this right. Hello was the reply. Hello. Hello. No, isn't it? Was that like a, that's all. I had to spell a little gold today. First time I ever said, wow, all right. 2 terms, incorrect. Yeah. Yeah, but how many years? How many years? 2 terms is all you can be elected to, but how many years can you be president for? 4 years, Pat says, and that's incorrect, Pat. I know you guys really want to see me topless. You know, if somebody wants to throw $5 million in the super chat, I'll get naked here. I bought some stock in a gold mining and silver mining operations lately that's doing very well, extremely well. They're actually mining companies, and I'm very happy with that. Forever, I guess, like Putin. Okay, an American president. How's that? The American president. That says, okie dokie, most U.S. people don't know the 51st state or even probably 20. I agree. Well, what is the 51st state? And how many states are there? Do you know in total? Dennis is in the house. Dennis, Pat told me a little bit ago that he saw Patricia on a live stream the other night, so she's still around and kicking, which is a good thing. Come on, I know you guys want a topless picture of me, so you're getting close, but no cigar. I think Cuba is going to be the next state. I'm telling you, I told you a few months ago that we're going after Cuba. By the end of this year, Cuba will not be what Cuba is. I'm telling you. You think Iceland or Greenland was important. Cuba, watch. Puerto Rico is a territory, if you didn't know. It is a territory. No limit, that's incorrect. There is a limit of number of years. Maximum number of years a U.S. president can be president. There is a number. There is. Who's Patricia? Remember the chick that does the golfing game? The golfer? Dennis, remember the golf lady? I think she's the golfing lady. Not yet officially. I mind my wife's mind stuck on pay dirt. All right, I mind my wife's mind stuck. Yeah, God. She's the hot Filipina, Dennis, one of them. Greenland is the next state. It is not. I would wager $10 million of the $5 million you're going to give me that Greenland will never be a state. It will never be even a U.S. territory. Cuba, on the other hand, we are actively working to collapse the Cuban government as we speak. I know, I'm from Cuba, Pat says. Woohoo! Cuban in the house. I like Cuban food. Jim says, I have discovered a rare earth metals in the Salton Sea in California. Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool. That'll make somebody money. We better send the army there to keep the Mexicans out, right? The 5'6" that tries to be a solid 7. All right. Wow, man, that's a blow. Woo! A 5'6", woo! Trying to be a solid 7. Is that... Are you referring to me? No. The legend is lurking. Yes, Craig is lurking. Hello, Brother Craig. Google said there may be a loophole in the 2-term rule. Trump has been selling Trump 2028 hats. This is true, but he himself cannot be president again. I'm just telling you. He can't do it. Well, there is one way that he could be president. Again, there is one way that he could be president. And if anybody could figure it out, is the answer to how many years somebody can serve as president. So there is a way that Trump could be president again, but he's not. He's going to let Vance and Rubio run on the ticket. It's already collapsed. Cuba is, but we are not in Cuba yet. By the end of the year, we will be inside of Cuba. America will be back inside of Cuba. Just telling you, you watch out. 10 years is incorrect, but you're getting closer. You know, you're getting better. And now that I gave you a hint, if he was vice president, then the president dies. Absolutely. So Trump could be president again if after his term he ran on a ticket as vice president and then the president died, he would become president. That's the way. The 22nd Amendment, it's not going to happen, Rusty. I just don't think it's going to change. When we talk, here's the thing. I think the majority of Americans would like to have term limits. So why, and I think Trump is in favor of term limits, so why would they change it for the president when we don't want the congressman to run more than 8 years? I don't think anybody should be in office for more than 8 years. 8 years, 12 years max, you're out of here. I thought that Melania to be the first woman. No, she won't be. Her new movie came out. The Democrats hate it. Everybody else likes it. She has a movie out in theaters, I guess, which has done very, very well this weekend. To shock to many horrible Democrats that call her a bunch of names. But her movie is doing very well. I look forward to seeing it myself. Thought it was possible, so you didn't say it. No, it's not impossible. But it says people are still wanting Harris. Yeah, Harris is out of here. I mean, and what's his face, the vice president ranting guy from Minnesota, he's going to be in jail by the time it's all done and over with. You sent a solid 10 from Colombia. Check your message. Okie dokie. Dennis sent me a Colombian hottie. Let me see. And yes, since I am married, all women are ugly. Except for my wife. Just got to make sure everybody knows. Get that out of the way. Oh, I remember this one. Are you still hanging out with this one? I remember this young lady, Dennis. So it's good that you're still hanging out with her. Her and her horsey. You guys want to see? Waltz as well. Waltz will be in jail. He'll be in jail, along with Gomar, whatever her name is. Minnesota's in deep, deep shit. The politicians of Minnesota's in deep, deep shit. They're going to be lucky if they don't go to jail. They really are. Their careers are going to be over, but they're really lucky if they don't go to jail. 2 photos, yes, one with a horse and one without. Here's a Colombian arm candy. Oh, hello, come back here. Hello. Got to come back over here. Got to follow me. Any Finn's in the house? How are you, Any Finn? Oh, let me get caught up. How's Any Finn been doing? Galactic, knowing Trump, he will arrange it somehow. Walsh, he's out of here. He's going to be in jail. 2 photos, we saw those. Isn't 87 years old. Shirley hasn't got much time left. Rusty says yes. Driving and listening to everybody. Thank you, Any Finn. We appreciate that. Hope you're doing well in the winter. MILF. Yeah, mothers, I would like to frost. This is what Galactic Gaming is saying about Melania Trump. She does look good for her age. Right? Oh, you're talking about the one Dennis sent is a MILF or Melania Trump is a MILF? Which one? I need a new hat. since nobody will give me $5 million, maybe somebody can send me some new hats. I'll tell you my hat size once I measure my head. I got hats that have feathers, but this one doesn't. I really like the stingy brims, but I need more hats. I don't have enough. So I agree. Yes, Tim says the word salad is gone. She's hiding like nobody's business now, isn't she? And supposedly she's broke. Frost indeed. I second the feather galactic. I do, but I don't have one. I do have some hats, some fedoras. This is a stingy brim fedora, which means the brim comes up like this. A traditional one comes down like this. I like stingy brims. This is a 2¼ inch stingy brim. You can get 3 inches or 2 inches to 2¼ to 2½, depending on the hat maker. Just if you guys want to know. I really would like to have an authentic Panama hat, but the authentic Panama hats aren't made in Panama. I would like to have one of those. Real grass hat. I think they're made in Ecuador. Panama hats are, the real ones are made not in Panama. Melania is a GILF. A G? Craig says a G. Girl? What's the G stand for? Girl? I don't know what the G stands for. You got me stumped, Craig. Gal, girl? Dapper. And I got some hats that are dapper. I got some true wool hats that have feathers in them. Very nice, but I only wear them in the winter when I get dressed up because they're more dress hats and they're hot. They make me sweat. Oh, a granny. A granny. Yeah? All right. I guess she's a grandmother. Yeah? All right, Craig. So now we know Craig likes grannies. Dennis is thinking of the G-spot. Well, you know, one thing I will say about her, which I appreciate, and I tell people this in general, I tell guys this all the time. At least she looks like she cares about how she looks. You know what I mean? There's been so many first ladies that don't seem to care how they look. And I tell men this, young men, it's okay to not smell like shit and to clean up when you're out in public. When you're doing things, you don't have to look like a slob. It's okay to put a cool shirt on and a hat and look halfway decent. Not saying that I am. It's okay to carry yourself like that, right? And she does that every day. Every time you see her, it looks like she put some thought in on how she looks. And I think that's important. Who cut the cheese? Obama looked okay for being a man. Yes, I agree. Yeah, a little manly, but she looked okay, I guess. But she didn't. And I guess that's the difference. I think Melania Trump is probably the only first lady who looks like a lady. I think a lot of the first ladies have all kind of looked mannish. You know, a little rough around the edges, a little mannish. Melania Trump looks like a lady all the time. A lot of them have looked like men because they want to wear pantsuits and wear short hair and look like they're a power broker. Rusty, anyone was trying to tell Michelle Obama that she looked like a man or that she was a man? I think, you know, I really don't know, but I think there's a really big argument to be made that she may be a male. I really think there is something to that. I'm not 50-50 on it, but I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I do think there's cause for people to justify going, there used to be a penis in those pants. Yeah, she's a ball-busting bitch. Yes. Michelle, not Michael. Michael. Yes, Rusty says. So I do think there's some reason to go. I mean, we know Hillary Clinton wasn't a man, she was just a bitch. You know, we know that, right? She's a chick, but she's a bitch. She was a bitch in Arkansas. Yeah, all right. So she could have been Dennis Says. Yeah, and there's a lot to support that Mr. Obama enjoyed men. So there's a really good chance. Yeah, Dennis, I mean, I really think but where there's smoke, there's fire on this one. I have no proof, but I really believe there's something to that. I mean, I really do. I know he's racist. I know they're racist. But there's really something to that. And look, the only reason they kept it a secret is because they wouldn't get elected. Otherwise, nobody cares. That's the appeal. Craig says most society is submissive, makes calculated sense that they would dominate. There you go. Yeah. But I tell Lorelai, my wife, because my wife's getting older, and her style of dress needs to change. You know, I don't like my wife dressing. She doesn't, but I wouldn't want my wife to dress like a hooker, like some of these Filipinas. I think I like how Melania dresses. I like how the women in the 1960s dressed. You know, as from a fashion standpoint, the 1960s was really good fashion for women. Now, the 1970s was really, really good for women's fashion also, but for a totally different reason. The 60s were sexy, but thoughtful, could be professional, look like you cared about yourself. The 70s was kind of a sexy, you know, sundressy, hey, I let everything hang out and I don't care type of thing. The 80s, which I grew up in, I hate to say it, that big ass hair from the 80s doesn't cut it. The 90s, I didn't pay any attention to. So, but what bothers me now is how many people wear pajamas everywhere. You know, have decency. Put some freaking sweatpants on over your damn pajamas. You know, you don't need to wear pajamas to Walmart or to the bank. Why can't you just put some damn clothes on? Are you so lazy that you can't put clothes on over your damn pajamas? Come on. I think that's part of what's wrong, is they can't be bothered to look halfway decent. They just can't. Yes, Rusty, I saw that. He's talking about Mr. Obama. That's supposedly somebody who had relations with Mr. Obama has come out and said, hey, so it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we have no proof, just thoughts. But here's the real question, and thank you all for the thumbs up, by the way. What's going on with the French president? I think he's married to a man. I think his wife is a man. I'm starting to, I mean, if you watch her, and I don't know her by watching, but I'm starting to think that French lady is a dude. And that's why she punched him in the face in the airplane. So, I don't remember his name, but there's something going on there too. What are you going to do? She is a man, right? The one from France. I mean, she looks it. I mean, I'm telling you. Entitled, I think they look good in anything. You're wrong for not accepting them. I am wrong, Craig. I'm married, so I am wrong. I am proven wrong every 38 seconds. So, Pat says, I am back in the house again. So what era of clothing do you guys find most attractive? That's a good thing to talk about. I know all of us married people never see anybody who's attractive but our wives. But hypothetically, what genre of clothing, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 50s, 40s, 30s, flappers, What era of clothing do you like to see women in the most? That's a good question. That's a good question. I think I like the clean lines of the 60s, and I like how loosey and goosey things were in the 70s. Craig says I like the hair from the 1970s. When I married my wife, she had long, flowing Farrah Fawcett hair. Now she doesn't. So she had long hair past her ass that was all curly and long. I like Farrah Fawcett hair, I gotta admit. I'm a big hair person like that. But now she doesn't do it because she works and she's busy and, you know. So Craig says the 70s. What about everybody else? Cleopatra era or before the wheel where they were not wearing any clothes? I thought you would like medieval times where the women and the men just ran around without any underwear on and, you know, you could just flip up the skirt and do what you want real quick. I thought you might like them. I've watched some of those medieval things where they talk about real life in medieval times. Ew, yuck, disgusting, smelly. You know, you know. As a retired tailor, there's the professors in the house. How are you, professor? As a retired tailor, the 30s, 40s, and the 50s were good. I like the lines of the 50s. Baconator, Pat, hey, Ronald, everybody say hello to the professor. I got a new gadget, Ronald. I got a gadget that follows me when I move now, because I'm fancy, see? When I dance, you guys can dance with me, Ronald. There's a Miss Man Has It Coming. The live stream has officially happened. Nice. Yeah, it is kind of cool, right? Oh, and Ronald, just so you know who Miss Avocado is, Unbothered Avocado Jamie. You know, she's pregnated, so we're going to do a baby shower for her April the 3rd. We're going to do a big live stream baby shower on April the 3rd, about this time. Hello, Ronald. Tarzan respectfully closed for the wife. Hooker closings are for hookers. I don't like the hooker clothing. I know. I like the I'm a big sundress fan. Good to see you, Brother Ronald. Yes, good to see you, Ronald. I am not the father. That's right. Dennis is not the father, but we're going to celebrate her because financially, she could use, and I think, what else am I looking for? She could use a uplifting moment in her life. And so we're all going to come together and do a congratulations baby shower on a live stream that I've already got it set up on StreamYard. I'm going to get a cake and some other things, and we're going to try to send her a little money and celebrate that for her because she could definitely use it. Why are you telling me I was there? Were you there? Why are you telling me I was there? Hey, Tarzan, whoop, whoop, good to see you. How's the little woman, Ronald? How's your little woman? You guys married yet? Can't focus in the bedroom no more. No stopping to adjust the camera. Yeah. Oh, Craig, you're right. The only thing I don't like, which I guess is way more expensive, is if you could have one that could go down, like tilt down. Now, you can manually tilt this any way you want, but it'd be really nice if it would tilt down and up and rotate, right? Not good. Sick. Uh-oh. Being sick, that sucks. Yeah, Craig is on fire, the crazy Aussie from down under. That camera makes me seasick. Going back and forth. I got it on red now, so. Hey, Tim from the professor. Good to see you. David, into some Diddy. Epstein files. Epstein files, not Diddy. Not doing the baby lotion stuff. I guess there's more stuff coming out about the Epstein files last week. About George Clooney, I think is his name, and a bunch of other people. And I guess Donald Trump suing the guy Now there's somebody else going to be sued for the guy that did the Grammys. The whole Grammy thing blew up over the weekend, if you don't know, from America. The Grammys, that's all over the internet here, guys. I mean, it's people were making fun of the Grammys left and right. Tim says, Ronald, how are you doing, my friend? All good, Tim. How have you been? Miss Man, lady has morning sick. Ooh, does she have morning sickness? Is that what it is? Or maybe wedding jeers? Fears? Jitters? Wedding something. I hope she gets feeling better, though. Give her some of that green liquid in the Philippines. You know, that little bottle of green crap. My wife says can fix anything as long as you don't drink. I don't know. It smells bad. I can't remember what it is. Something like that. Uh-oh. Woo-wee. There have been a few cases of flu going around my part of the country. My wife says some of her co-workers are out sick with the flu. Tim says, Ronald, I'm doing good so far today. Tim is making headway on his retirement, so Tim's doing good. Everybody wants the one that moves down. Good to hear, Tim. Yes, we all want them to go down. Going down is very important. Going up, that's all right, but, you know, you guys are horrible-minded people. Ronald, my wife sent you an invitation, I believe, to her birthday party, March the 7th. We're going to live stream it. So everybody will come in and say, hi, you look old, would be great. Because she's feeling old because she turns 40 years old. This is her 40th birthday. So I want everybody to come to her live stream and say, gee, you sure do look old. Yep. Wedding jitters. There you go. Anxiety. Bite the bullet, baby. As long as the bullet's not in your suitcase in the Philippines, you're good to go. Wedding bells. Ronald's too young to get married. He's too young. And when you get married, you can't date anymore. Just keep that in mind for all of you single people. When you get married, you can't go out dating anymore. That's the rule. But yeah, the whole Grammy thing kind of blew up over this past week about Billie Eilish, I don't know, some singer who talked about stolen land, how nobody can be illegal on stolen land. And it turns out that her $20 million mansion is on Native American land in California. So the Native Americans want their land back. So, because she stole their land. Life is over. Yes. Efficient. Like that says, who? I am Muslim. Oh, that's a good point. You can have 7 wives, or many as you want. I have my Muslim friend in the Philippines from Pakistan. That's why I jokingly told him, I said, man, all right, the only reason I would convert is so that I could have 6 wives. And I said, only 6 wives. And he laughed and he's like, okay, why do you only want 6 wives? And I said, well, 1 for each day of the week and then 1 day for me to go fishing. So, you know, I don't want 7. I'll never get any peace of mind. Too smart. Woohoo! Miss Man has a harem. He does. He's a ladies' man like Pat. There you go. Line them up, knock them down. Ronald, line them up, knock them down. That's good. Now, we're happy for you, Ronald. You just keep doing you. But yes, Lorelai's birthday's coming up. 6 headaches. That's what I thought. So at least you got 1 day. You know, 1 day of rest. 1 day of peace and quiet. And I told him, I said, then I would want 6 houses. So I would want to just go to each one of their houses. 1 day of the week, I'd want to go to her house, you know, I would just want to do that. And I thought that would be a good way to handle that. His Filipino wife said no, told him that there's no way in hell that he would ever marry another one. So his young wife said, better to be a ladies' man than a lady boy. Woo! Professor says, yes. I totally agree. in so many different ways. Way better. You know, we had a bunch of people here for one of the parties, and all the guys were out in the garage. And and some of these guys, I'm going to tell you, I think like lady boys, I think they got a thing for lady boys. These are they're married to Filipinas. And a lot of these are old military guys. And they got talking, somehow a lady boy got brought up. And they're all talking about, oh, you can see this lady boy over there. You can do this lady boy, that lady boy, you know, this lady boy's, you know. And I'm sitting there listening, and one of them said, well, I don't know. And they're all talking about this. Well, we don't know why men would go to Thailand looking, you know, and then, you know, and go looking for lady boys. Why would you go to Thailand when you know that there's lady boys there? And I told him, I said, well, you just answered your own question. The people that go to Thailand don't mind lady boys. That's why they go. They're not going to go to Sweden for lady boys, right? You're going to go to Thailand. Craig says, as long as they're working, bringing in the pesos, the sky's the limit, Ronald. Absolutely. Just lay on your back and make the bank. Yes. No, it's a good answer. Hey, maybe you could have a harem of ladyboys. I don't know. Could you have a harem of ladyboys, or is the word harem only related to women? All right? Somebody needs to Google that. When you mention the word harem, is it women only, or can you have anybody in the harem? I don't know. But hey, ladyboys need loving too, right? Supposedly. Well, they need the coin. But I think it's funny how these guys are all talking about, oh yeah, you know. Well, if you want to go to Thailand because you like Thailand, you can go to Thailand without having a ladyboy. And I told them all, I said, well, what it really sounds like is when you guys were in Thailand, you were trying to pick up hookers, and they wind up being ladyboys. So, you know, it's okay. It's not okay to pick up a ladyboy, but it was okay to pick up a hooker. There you go. Professors, no, that would not be a harem. Okay. Just double checking, Ronald. You know, me, got to cross the T's, dot the I's, and, you know, pet my dog. So, yeah, harem, which maybe makes sense because it's her, right? Her. So, but I did. I'm like, it sounds like you guys, you know, picking up hookers and you found a few ladyboys, and now you're upset because you found ladyboys when you're picking up hookers. Well, what do you expect when you go to a place like Thailand, who's known for having ladyboys and hookers? There's a 50-50 chance you're going to get one or the other. So don't go there. Oh, is it really, Ronald? I mean, I don't know. Don't get harem, scare them. Okay, all right. Harem, all right. Huh? I'm going to have to Google the root. What is the origin of that word? What is the origin of that word? The definition and origin of that word. Because now I'm curious. You gonna get a scarum, not a harem? Yeah, the weenies will scare you. At least if it doesn't work out, you could put them to breaking rocks and laying brick. If you have a non-harem of ladyboys, which would be a stable of ladyboys, if they're not earning the bank on their back, you could put them out doing manual labor at least, right? So there you go. You can put them on a construction crew. You can have a ladyboy construction company. There you go. Maybe that's an ideal for a business. Ladyboy construction. Oh, I was going to say something horrible. Ladyboy construction. All the... Tim says, harem refers to sex partners not sorted by sex. Okay, so harem could refer to a group of people that are your sex partners, is what we're saying. It doesn't have to, it's not one gender or the other. Maybe it could be both, like in the Greek world, where the Greeks They openly just had sex with any damn thing that moved, including goats. Could a goat be a part of a harem? Oh, Boston Balls, strict iron, yes. Big John's in the house laying down the balls. Construction, that's right. Ladyboy construction, here we are. I'm just saying, it might be good advertising. Isn't that a shipping company? There you go, Ladyboy Shipping. LB's, ooh. Let's see if we can figure that one out. Ladyboy Construction. LBC could be Ladyboy Construction, but it is a shipping company, LBC. I like that, Ladyboy Containers. How's that for shipping? Instead of LBS, it's Ladyboy Containers. Oh my goodness, you guys are all horrible human beings. You're all going to go to hell and rot in the seventh thing of Dante's whatever. You guys are horrible people. Shame on you all. You don't deserve a ladyboy. But what I thought was funny, to be honest, with this group of guys here at my house in the garage, how much they all knew about ladyboys. That's what I thought was funny. They had deep conversations about ladyboys. I sat back and kind of listened and chuckled in my brain because I'm going, all right. And then a couple of them that were in the military was stationed overseas, like in Saudi Arabia. And I don't know if this is true. I really don't. But they told me, and I got to watch my words. They told me that it wasn't, and Ronald, and I don't mean to offend by talking about Muslim men, but the military guys that were over there that worked with the Saudis and other people talked about how a lot of the men, the young men, and even middle-aged men, did not want to have intimate relations with women. They didn't want that. And I can't remember the reason. The reason was because it was sinful, because it wasn't their wife and all of that stuff, right? There's all of that. But what they were telling me was they didn't have a problem having it with each other. And these guys were dead serious. They were in the military for many years. They served over there for many years. And they talked about how they wouldn't have sex with women because it was so wrong, but they would have sex with each other out there in the right out there where all of them were stationed. They don't even dance. Yeah, so they couldn't dance with women. They couldn't do these things. They wouldn't do that. But they didn't mind doing it with each other out in the field, the military field, so to speak. You know what I mean? And I know one of the guys was talking about, he knew personally, and you got to take this with a grain of salt, that not only did they eat the goat, but they had intimate relations with goats on a regular basis where he was. And he wasn't a peon in the government, in the military. He was a higher ranking officer over command of things. Not everything, but one of the mid-management. The Peg Brigade, yeah. They were dead serious about this. He's like, they would accidentally walk up on them at different times in the evenings, in the mornings, where they were supposed to be stationed, the locals, that worked in Iran or Iraq. Was it Iraq or Iran? One of those two, during the wartime, during all that military conflict over there, that they would find them on a regular basis. Tina Marie's in the house. Good morning from Thailand. No ladyboys in her future. Good to see ya, Tina Marie. We were just making fun of Thailand, kind of, sort of, not really, but we missed their food. Hello, Tina Marie. Everybody said hello to Tina Marie. Thank you for the thumbs up. I got a new gadget. I'm testing out my gadget for the first time. Well, it's goats. No, Dennis, you're gonna think I'm bonkers. I asked them, was it the goat or the sheep? And they're like, no, it was the goats. No. They wanted the goats. The rear, yeah, in the rear. Thank you all for being members, by the way. You guys are outstanding people in the world. Tita Marie's in Thailand on vacation, enjoying her life while we're all here. Big John says, a lawyer said in 1986, Montana still had on the books, it's against the law to have sex with sheep. I thought that was a federal law. Both Dennis, Craig says, both Dennis, they're bisexual. There you go. I remember that joke. They're bisexual, the sheep or the goat makes them bi. Yes, I mean they talked about this, and he was one of the higher ranking non-officer. I don't know the military stuff very well, but he commanded troops is what he did. He commanded troops, and was in part of the planning sessions and all of that. He was one of those. Ronald, have you seen the sheep with the bouncy asses? No, I have not, and I'm not quite for sure if that would be appropriate for me to see, Ronald. I'm going to Google that, though. I'm going to Google it later, Ronald. Tina says, hello, Professor. Good to see you. Glad you're doing well. Tim says, hello, Tina. Good to see you. How are you today? We're busy over in America, Tina Marie. We're getting ready for the wife's birthday party in a few weeks. You're invited, of course. We're going to live stream it, of course. She's getting a little nervous about her party, but I tell her everything's going to be good, work out good. I told her the other day, you got to get your cake designed so that we can go and get your birthday cake ordered. So you need to figure out how you want to design it. I got to get her on that this weekend. John says sheep have the closest vagina to women. How would you know that, John? Tarzan, how would you know that? I mean, how would a human know that? How in the hell would you know that? How would somebody know that information? Pat says, hello, Tina Marie. Good to see you, young lady. It's been a while. We appreciate you, Pat says. Pat says, we miss you. I just want to know how Tarzan John knows that bit of information. Because how do you know that? John, the lawyer said it. Blame it on the lawyer. The lawyer, blame it on the lawyer. All right, John, we'll let you off the hook on that one. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't know anything about sheep. I don't know if I've even been around a live sheep, have I? Yeah, I guess I have. At a petting zoo, but there was guards there, so you couldn't get to the sheep. Greg has done his research. I know, but I wonder if it was book learning or if it was field experience research. Because in the research world, you got two types, book learning or field learning. Were you in the field when you learned it? And yes, hands-on. You'd probably need both hands-on, right? You need both hands. They're kind of big, Tarzan, I never tried verification. Good. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you've never verified that. I really am. It gives me hope for mankind, including you, John, that you never tried that. I'm very happy to hear that. I mean, I understand it in a sense, but I don't understand it. I really don't. I don't understand that whole genre. I really don't. I don't know why you would have intimate relations with something that you would eat. I take that back, because you do, you know what I mean? I mean, consume as nutrition. Why would you do that with something you're going to consume as nutrition? What position on the car or the roof? Lamb tastes good. Lamb's great. We like lamb. Or the hood. Yeah, well, he has a truck, so maybe it was in the back of the truck. I don't know. But why would you do that with something that you're going to consume as nutrition? I don't get that. Yeah. Why don't they do it to fish? Maybe they do. I don't know. I think you got to be really, weird. Tim says we're getting a tropical storm down. Thank God somebody brought something else up, Tim, versus sheep shaking their booties. Maybe that could be a great YouTube channel. Sheep shaking their booties. Thank God Tim brought something else up, though. John says, I'm thinking of lamb stew tomorrow. Woohoo! I like lamb stew. And goat's really good. We ate goat quite a bit in the Philippines. I really liked it. Our friends, the guy from Pakistan, he made really good goat. I'm telling you, I was shocked. Never had goat until I got to the Philippines. I liked the goat, you know. It was good eating. And it was fresh. He knew a butcher that did all of that. Greg says, gum boots help. Gum boots. I don't know is that a type of boot from Australia? Like mud boots? I don't know. Got my goat? That's right. I'm going to get your goat. What are you going to do with my goat after you get it? It's not very nice to take my goat. Professor, ooh, who ate Tom Brady? Yeah, Tom Brady. Oh, Tom Brady, the football guy? I guess doesn't he own like the Raiders now? Isn't he a part owner of the Raiders or something? I'm not watching the Super Bowl this year. I've decided to boycott the Super Bowl. I guess it's this weekend, right? But I'm not going to watch it. I'm just not feeling the vibe. I don't like the direction that the NFL is going. So I'm just not going to watch it. I got something else to do. Oh, he's the greatest of all. Oh, he's the GOAT. Ooh, I got you, Ronald. I got you. It took a second for this old guy to get it, but I got it. Thanks for explaining. He's the greatest of all time. Is he the greatest of all time? Go the Seahawks. Yes, I saw they were in the Super Bowl. I didn't know they were still playing football up there. Tarzan goes to the petting zoo, and the sheep run to him saying, Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Yes, yippers, Professor says. Yeah, I'm just not into the way NFL, I'm just not into it. I don't want to see the halftime show. I don't want the drama. I don't like the way it's going. I don't like it. I bought a heart-shaped pizza Valentine's Day already. Oh, hell. Valentine's Day? I forgot all about that. When is that? Did I miss it, John? Did I do something wrong? My wife calls me Daddy. Daddy, Daddy. Thank God my wife doesn't do that. All rigged anyway. I know, there's some weird things coming out this year. Partly why I'm not following it and I don't really care about it. It seems like there's a lot of things that are pretty iffy. You know, I've watched some of that and went, you know, they're making a good point. There's something kind of shady in this. February the 14th, Big John. Oh, well, we don't celebrate Valentine's Day anyway. We don't. Luckily, my wife doesn't really care for flowers, you know, so we don't celebrate Valentine's Day because for us, every day is Valentine's Day. John. 379 days a year is Valentine's Day for us. Easier than remembering your name. Yeah, and maybe that's why they do. My wife calls me, what does my wife call me? My guy. She calls me my guy. She's done it since we met. My guy. Unless she's mad, then she knows my name. So, yeah, she calls me my guy. She doesn't even know my name unless I'm mad or she wants to buy something. Then it's, oh, you look so handsome, Daddy, 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 daddy. Woo, daddy, daddy, daddy. There's our friend Sheen 1273, who's a Seattle Seahawks fan. She believes the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl. She believes it. Say hello to her. Good to see you. Thank you for the thumbs up. She told me yesterday that the Seahawks were playing the New England Patriots. I didn't even know they were playing football anymore. I thought they quit and went home. But I'm boycotting. I'm going to stand on my principles and boycott. Find something else to do. Professor says, hello, go Seahawks. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. Seahawks, Seahawks. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Bremerton in Philippines. I don't know what that means, Ronald. Oh, that's the hometown you were from in Washington. I remember that now. All right, I remember that. It's in the Philippines. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I've been told that a lot. Just ask all the guys in here. They'll tell you that they even pay me sometimes to sing. They do. They pay me a lot of money. Now, none of the checks have cleared. I'm still waiting for the checks to clear. But they send me a lot of checks a lot of the times because I sing so well. So there you go. There you go. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. I hate karaoke. I hate to burst anybody's bubble. I hate it. When my wife has her birthday party in a couple weeks, they're going to be doing yakioke here. Oh, I'm not calling it karaoke anymore. I'm going to call it yakioke. I concur. We pay no attention. I like that. Yakioke is going to be on the menu for my wife and her party. Yep, Tita says, I'm still waiting for your talent fee. Yes, absolutely. Bring it on. Checks in the mail. Telling you, I told you I sold a topless photo of myself the other day, and they mailed it back with a lawsuit saying that they were suing me for emotional damage. So there you go. Yakioke is going to be at the Christmas or the birthday party for my wife. I got one of these motion cameras, is what I have now, for my wife so that when she does her dance moves, she can have the camera rotate. But we're going to live stream it for all of you folks that won't attend the wife's 40th birthday party. You're going to hurt her feelings. She's got a big menu planned. I told her what she ought to do for her party this year, being a 40th. I told her, I said, I would recommend that you have, because she knows a lot of people, and a lot of people will come for the free food. You know that. In the Filipino community, all you got to do is ring the dinner bell, and they come a running with their Ziploc bags, right? So I told her this year, what I would do on my 40th is I would only invite X amount of people that you actually like, and then I would serve really good food and have some good games, make it a really, really nice party with less people so that it's more enjoyable and more meaningful. Emotional damage. Emotional damage costs more. Yes. Tarzan says, I'm talent free. Free of talent. Yes, you are. I don't know. What does your wife say? John? So she's going to have a lot of really good food. Don't know the menu yet. She's already got decorations, boxes and boxes. She's giving away gifts for people, or thank you gifts for people that are coming. So it should be a good party. Maybe 20 to 25 people versus 50 like normal. So I told her just invite less. Spend the other money on better things, better quality food. Instead of, use goat meat, use sheep meat, or whichever is better. Which is better, lamb or goat, or whatever. Well, Craig, you're right. That's the problem. If you don't get invited, everyone, some get upset. Okay, Craig, and I agree with you, and that's kind of my message. My message to these people are, you need to be invited, and you should feel privileged to get invited, not think that you're entitled to be invited just to come steal food and take it home with you. Choose your talent is no talent. Yes, she says your talent is no talent. Sabrina Carpenter is doing a Muppet show tonight. Oh yeah, you Sheen 1273 thinks Sabrina Carpenter is very pretty. We had this debate last night. I voted her down. I give her about maybe a 6.5 max. Apparently she's doing a puppet show. All right, I don't know what that is. One person per 40, there you go. Tim, things like roast beef sandwiches are good. They are. But we're going to have like, shit, I forgot what that's called. Crispy pata. We're going to have some good food, but I told her we'll make really good food. We'll buy better, good quality. You make it fancy however you want. You dress the party up to be more upscale and invite less people. And I think that's a good way to celebrate like a 40th birthday party, right? Less people, still going to be like 20 people. Better quality food, better decorations, a little bit fancier versus 35, 40, 50 people. I like roast beef myself, Tim. Where's the party? Right here at our house. Right here in my house, like all the other parties we do. We looked at renting a venue, but they cost ungodly amounts of money. I mean, I was shocked how much renting a venue cost. And to make it worth it, you got to invite 200 or 300 people and charge them $10 a head or something. They're expensive. So it's going to be here at the house. Whoa. I get 40 happy meals and done deal. Happy meals, 40. I like that. I actually think that might work. I would be good with that, Ronald. I really would. I'd be okay with pizza. When my 40th comes around, I'd be okay with Domino's pizza on the table. Dennis says, checked out John's channel, a savage carnivore. Yes, he is a savage. Eating that raw buffalo liver. But I did tell Lorelai she needs to hurry up and design the cake in her head so we can go to Harps this weekend and order her birthday cake. Get it on the calendar to get it made. So, Trump serves McDonald's. Yeah, Trump gave McDonald's a big boost. McDonald's is disgusting food. We eat it, but I don't like to eat. I feel like I'm hurting myself when I eat McDonald's. I really do. We eat it when we travel because it's quick, easy, and simple, and we know what to get. We share it. But every time I eat McDonald's, I kind of go, I feel like I'm eating rat poison, unintentionally eating something that's bad. I mean, not bad for you like in making you fat, but bad for you like making you die. I don't celebrate anything anymore. Tim says, yes, the cake should be an LV purse. I don't know if I can afford a cake maker to make an LV purse. She's buying another one, apparently, Dennis. So if anybody wants to buy my wife anything, please send me money so she can buy a purse. Because that's all she wants is another LV purse. But yeah, I think that would be a good way to do a cake. I think it'd be funny and cool. But we can't afford a cake maker that can make one. It would probably cost me $400 or $500 to have a cake maker around here and make an LV purse cake. Years ago, I had a sushi cake maker, like a big piece of sushi. We had a sushi party. And I went to one of our bakeries, a custom bakery, and I had them make a cake, and it cost me like $100 back then, 7, 8 years ago. And it was only about this big. Only the next day, Tim says. I don't celebrate anything anymore, just the next day. Yeah, detrimental to your health, McDonald's. It is. And I believe that. It's weird. You eat it and you kind of know I'm poisoning myself. It's weird. I had my 40th at my parents' house. Nice. They had a huge house. had catering, hired service, mess, stress-free. Yeah, well, you're rich and we're poor. There you go. That's why you're hanging out in Thailand and we're stuck in America. We're poor. We're on a budget. So, and the budget gets smaller because the purses go up, you know. So in order, yeah, we have to do, now her 50th birthday, if I'm alive, I may not be, but if I'm alive, we will make a bigger deal out of her 50th birthday. I even tried to get her not to have a birthday party, just buy a purse and go on a cruise, but she wanted a party. Just wrap the purse. And she had, oh yeah, I could just take the one out of the closet, right? Wrap it up and give it to her. Yes. Dennis says, Oreo cookies are disgusting. I don't eat them either, Dennis. I really don't. 90% of the world cannot afford an LV merchandise. Well, yeah, and I'm part of that 90%. Hello? Why do you think I'm wearing this shirt that's 9 years old? I can't even afford a new hat. This hat is like 10 years old. Can't even get me a hat, Tim. Professor, you can order from China very, very cheaper than the United States. And to be honest, they're real material-wise and labor-wise, they're probably only worth 20% of what they cost. I'm not rich, my parents are. Living off of my investments. Woohoo! That's the way to go. Pat says, I'll see everybody next live. Take care, Brother David. We appreciate you, Pat. Take care of you, my friend. Filipinos love cream pie. Oh my God, Craig, your wife is going to kill you. Oh my God, your wife is going to kill you. Pat, take care. I'll see. China makes them all, yes. And now they have microchips in them. I don't know if you knew that. They come with microchips. Tina says, hi and bye, Pat. See you, Pat. So, yeah, they come with microchips now, believe it or not. I didn't know that, but they're microchipped and they're assigned to their owner. All of that stuff so that they can be tracked. If any comes in and they scan them, they told us, and it's not the person who owns the purse for repairs or anything, then they know that it's been stolen, blah, 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 blah. So, Dennis says, what happened to Kiko? You know, I don't know. I haven't seen Kiko. Ronald may have seen him. I haven't seen Kiko in forever and ever and ever. I really haven't. I see him on Facebook. He posts stuff on Facebook, but he never comes to any of my live streams. I know he was going to Anthony's until Anthony quit, because it was only him and Anthony on the live streams for the most part. But Anthony was here yesterday. So Anthony's around, and but I don't know what happened to Kiko. But his kids all graduated or something the other day. He had a big party, or no, birthdays or something on Facebook the other day. I believe they even put them in little really? I didn't know training bras. I did not know that. But yeah, I was shocked to find out that they microchip those purses. I don't think it's a bad thing. I just found it interesting. I believe you putting them in. So, yeah, I don't know what happened to Kiko. I told the guys last night, because I did a live stream last night, that Michael McFarland is alive. I didn't know. I thought he died. Michael McFarland is still alive. I think he's still a drunk, but he's still alive. I mean, he's alive now. John says, that's CA, no Kiko. CA, no Kiko. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. He's a good guy. Maybe he just got old and got tired of YouTube. So, not for sure. I know his kids were getting older. I know at one time he talked about he needed to find something better to do besides going golfing. And I told him about maybe he should, do some volunteer work, because he has good knowledge and background that he could become a good volunteer somewhere. So maybe he's busy volunteering. Yeah, he's a good guy. I hope he's all good too. I think everybody are good guys for the most part. I feel bad for the alcoholics, but I understand it. I just feel bad for them. But Kiko's not an alcoholic. That's not what I'm saying. But the ones like Michael that are, and Jack and those people that are like that, you got to feel sorry for them, but you also know they made their own mess. But I think everybody, even Tony, is a decent guy deep down. He's probably listening in the background. A Yank in the Philippines likes to listen in the background. Drugs for thugs. Yes, I have drugs. Hey, you know what? I have so many, God, I have so many drugs now. I have 2 separate pill boxes. You know what those are, right? Where you have like a whole week, morning, night, noon, evening, dinner, whatever time, one of those. I have 2 of those. I have so many damn drugs and vitamins I take. I've loaded up on vitamins, I've learned a lot about vitamins lately too. Wheels on the bus go round and round. Vitamins sometimes are bad vitamins. Did you guys know this? You need to be careful about the vitamins you're taking because those vitamins aren't true vitamins and they have a lot of additives that are not good for you. I didn't know that until the other day. I started doing some research and stumbled across the fact that a lot of vitamins are not good for you because they're not pure vitamins. They have things in them that are not good for you. Big John says, I don't know, Professor likes it. But Tony, yeah, I was laughing at Tony. Tony's been around quite a bit lately, Ronald. And I told Tony that he's the only American that I know that went to the Philippines and gained weight. Because he's gained some weight. He's losing it now, he said. But he's the only expat I know that ever went to the Philippines and gained weight. Vitamins are not always good for you, Tim says. Yeah, I'm just learning that. I'm learning that there's a lot of additives that are not good for you in a lot of different brands of vitamins. I didn't know that. Tarzan takes diabetic medications. Need balance? Yes. I'm just trying to take better quality vitamins. And I know they cost more, but I'm after better quality vitamins. Only food is where I get my vitamins? Yes. Ronald, I agree with you. I don't eat healthy unless it's called vitamin sugar. I don't eat healthy enough. Sunlight beats vitamins. Well, and that's what I was going to say. For me, I have some health issues that my body does not process, like vitamin D, correctly. I have vampire's disease. If I sit out in the sun too long, I get blisters, my skin blisters. So I have some vitamin issues. Iron, my body doesn't produce iron. So I have to take a large iron supplement. Vitamin D is the same way. I can't process vitamin D, so I have to take it to get it. But Ronald, you are so very true. Yes, I agree. If you could, if I could handle eating vegetables, I would, but I can't. So, just metformin. Ronald is very true. Type 2, John. Craig's asking what type of diabetes you have. I don't have diabetes. A lot of them think I do because I'm fat, but the funny thing is, diabetes doesn't run in my family that I know of. And Lorelei from the Philippines, her family are more prone to diabetes than I am. She's pre-diabetic in theory and her family members because of the rice and everything else that they consume. I don't know. But the doctor says that she's pre-diabetic. Sunlight only provides hormone D. Yes, I was learning about hormone D the other day. I got to admit, I didn't realize that, Ronald, and so I actually need to learn more. I'm just starting to be able to learn about this. I really am. Just brand new into digging into this whole vitamin thing. I really am. And I've been learning about the hormone D, which I didn't know. Apparently, there's something about the vitamin D in milk that I can't remember. That's either good for you or bad. I don't know. I got to remember what it said. Just take pills for the diabetes. Ronald's going to be the next bodybuilding champion. Yes, he is. He's going to build. He's lifting that honey up like this all the time. Shift your brain weights to Ronald. Yes, vitamin D is not VI. Vitamin D is not a VI. What's VI? What do you mean? What's VI? Vitamin? Very true. Probiotics. So yeah, I'm trying to do better. What I want to do is I'm kind of irritated. I'll tell you. One, I have the new I'll just tell you guys. I have this new pacemaker I got back in November. I go get it checked next week along with another checkup from a doctor. I don't feel normal. I haven't felt normal in a few months. I just haven't, and I don't know why. So I was having back issues. I went to the doctor, the back doctor. We decided that we would try to do those numbing shots, and then they were going to go in and do the radio frequency on the nerves. It didn't work, so I'm not doing that. And so as I went through that first round and that first process laying there, I decided I'm tired. I'm supposed to have some other procedure done in March. Not going to do it. I'm just going to go to my doctor appointments, my checkups, take my drugs. I'm not doing anything more. I'm just not. So, and I got a bad back and bad neck. So now I'm thinking I want to investigate a chiropractor and Eastern medicine. That's where I started studying about the vitamins a tiny bit, which I know nothing about. So I've been taking vitamins, but apparently not the correct way. So I don't like the way we're going in America with medicine. It's not working, obviously. So I'm looking at going, I don't want to do any more of this shit. I just don't. So whether I die or live or not, I don't want to do this anymore. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to just pass. Probiotics are good for the gut? Yes. Honey never spoils. Yeah, we have honey over there, real honey, not honey flavored sugar. We have real honey that we're starting to use a little bit. Funny thing about the honey is, I'll tell you a funny thing about the honey. We bought honey because Lorelai is we're on a diet. So Lorelai bought the honey. She puts it in her drink in the morning, I think. I don't know what she does. But she told me that she couldn't get it to dissolve in her drink. So, and I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, it won't dissolve in my drink. And I'm like, what do you mean it won't dissolve? And she told me, she said, well, and I said, well, walk me through the process. What happened? Like, well, I get it out of the refrigerator. And I said, well, there's your problem. You got a refrigerator. Take it out, leave it at room temperature, and it will dissolve quite easily. So we fixed that problem. Marty Poe in the house. Do you remember me? Not really. I don't. Tell me more about you. But I'm glad you're here. Glad to see you. If you tell me a few things, I probably will. You got to remember I have brain damage. I'm a brain damaged boy. I have squishy brain syndrome. So, but thank you for coming in. Thumbs up. Tim says, my friends just had knee replacement. I've had that a few days ago, and he's much better now. Yeah, I had knee replacement surgery, and I was up walking on the new knee that day. I went home that day. Knee replacement is pretty good. Oh, I am sorry. That's all right. Don't be sorry about it, Marty. I just don't remember. I have a squishy brain. Jamie's in the house. Unbothered Avocado. Miss Universe Avocado is in the house. In the house. Everybody said hello to Jamie. But thank you for coming in. Thumbs up. Marty Poe. Marty Poe. That's a cool name. He looks like he got a kitty cat for a picture. Hiya, Tim. Bye, got to go. See, since I didn't know you, you're leaving now. You're abandoning the live stream. You're not brave enough to stick around. All right, I understand. I'll remember you now. That you didn't have the time to give us any love. I get it. I understand. You didn't hurt our feelings at all. You didn't do it. I understand. But yeah, so we're trying to do better. Well, apparently we're on a diet, which I didn't know we were, but we are. But I don't know. I'm just sick of, I don't want to be poked and prodded anymore. I don't want to go to a freaking place, lay on my back or my stomach half naked and be poked and prodded. I just don't want to do that shit anymore. I don't want anybody to operate on my feet again. I just don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired. Loves and hugs. All right, that's better. Much better. Unbothered feelings. What are feelings? There's when your baby kicks. You feel the baby kicking? A.B. I'm not the father, by the way. A.B. Dennis says. Hey, 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 Jamie, so good to see you from the professor. Professor's living his best life. He's got honey bunnies. He only has one. But I was going to say he has honey bunnies coming out of the woodwork because that's the type of man he is. But he decided to settle for one. Hiya, Professor. Good to see you. Ronald, she's kicking all day long. Miss Avocado says the baby is kicking. Hope I don't need surgery for anything. Yeah, it just, I don't know. It dawned on me the other day when I'm laying in this weird-ass chair where they're poking my back, and I'm just like, and all these people are standing around me, and they're all worried that, because I didn't do any drugs, I didn't do any anesthesia because they're sticking needles in my back. I don't want to do it. And they're all like shocked that I almost fell asleep during it because I've had so much done to me. I've truly learned to blank it out and not give a shit. You know, I really have. But I'm laying there and this one lady is trying to hold my hand and I'm going, and I'm sitting there because, trying to comfort you and keep you calm from them sticking needles in your back. And it didn't bother me. And she's over there trying to rub my legs and I'm like, what the fuck? Don't touch me. I'm like, I don't want to be touched. And so I don't like this. I don't want to be soothed when you're sticking needles in my back. Oh, I don't need surgeries. I am done getting cut on. Yes, right. Baconator 58 Staples was enough. Oh, yes. Bro, you're still in the Philippines. I can't spell it right. Yes, he is still in the land of PH. Jamie, I abbreviated PH. The land of the PH. Yes, I am. Yep, he's in the land of the Philippines. But I did. I was laying there thinking, this is stupid. At my age, my health, I've had so many things. And that's what the girl was telling me. Oh, and I looked at her literally and said, this procedure is so minor in the scope of things that I've done. Because when I got up, I just got up and left. And she's like, oh, well, that didn't really seem to bother you at all. You didn't have a... Yeah. Why would I? It's like, farting, compared to the shit I've had done to me. So, whatever. I just don't want to do it anymore. Yes, a.k.a. the Miss Man, a.k.a. Mr. Staples is in the land of the Philippines. That's awesome. Hope you're doing well. Yes, Jamie, hope you're doing well. Professor, we're calling in now the Philippines. The Philippines. The Philippines. I like that. I like that. The Philippines. I like that. Not a sponsor, but what's the other word for money in the Philippines? What's the word for money? Craig likes that. Ronald. Craig likes it. Tim likes it. All good says. Oh, good job, Professor. What is the word for money? Not moolah. What do they say? No, not dinero. Not pesos. Not pesos. But like when they're kind of saying they don't have a budget or whatever. It's like no budget. But there's another word. Man, if Lorelai was here, she would know. But it represents money in the Philippines. God dang it. No bread? Yeah, no bread. It's kind of like one of those words like guapo means handsome. There's something that is kind of like, damn it. That's going to drive me crazy. No allowance? Yeah, no allowance is no budget. Walla budget, maybe. Walla. Man, I just thought there was another word for money. And I don't think it was like dinero. It's like the word dinero, but not dinero. That type of thing. Yes, we should gotta. Greg says, Carote? Maybe. Pura? Maybe. I don't know now. I'm gonna have to ask Lorelei, because she would say it in the beginning of our relationship. And I'd have to ask, what are you talking about? She's like, oh, I'm talking about money. And I'm like, why did you just say money? I'll have to ask what that word is. That's gonna drive me crazy. But yeah, we just call it no budget Philippines, the land of no budget. No budget, no budget, no budget. I tell people that want to go live in the Philippines, that want to go visit the Philippines, those are the two most important words you need to know in the Philippines. No budget. No budget. Google is money. Kwarte, Craig says, maybe, Kwarte. I can't speak that. You know that, Craig. Kwarta? Maybe, Craig, maybe. Google? Oh, man. Oh, God. No, I don't know. It's going to drive me crazy, but we'll figure it out. We'll have the information by the next time. I'm in Lorelei tell me. So, but I tell people, and you guys have all heard this, in our marriage, as an American, I would sit down and explain to Lorelei finances, right? And I did this early on, and I know what I should have really done is just said no budget. It would have saved me hours of explaining why we couldn't buy something. Instead of me saying, okay, well, here's our money, here's what we're doing, here's what we got to pay, here's how much this costs, so we really don't. No, the answer is just no budget. And when I learned to just say no budget, she's like, oh, there's no other conversation to be had. I need to drink and ponder on this. Yes, there's a word. I'm going to have to ask Lorelei. There's a word. No money means walang pira. All right. Tim says, payola? See, it's more something like that, like dinero, payola. It's something more where you almost understand that it means money. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, it's almost something like that she used to say, and that her family and other people would say to me over there. Maybe it's a Cebu thing. Cebu, sea gone, Cebu, sea gone. Walang pira. Yeah, I don't speak the language very well. Tim says, I'm not going to the gym today because there's a giant tropical storm coming and they're going to wet the gym. Is that right, Tim? Kind of off topic. Okay, Jamie, lay it on us. But I tried to find Bud's mom's obituary. Okay. However, I can't find it. Was going to write a note to his family and send my condolences. Okay. Well, do you know where she was, the funeral home, Jamie? Do you know what funeral home she was at? If you know what funeral home, then you can contact them directly or it's on their website. A lot of times when you die now, they put you on their website and the obituary's on the website, right there on their website, their webpage. Sad to hear that. I might start my gym membership next week, Big John says. Come on, John. Again and again, I know. I've been promising. I got weights in my room. I keep them. Man, I got to start lifting those weights. So a lot of times they have like a message board too on the funeral home's website where you can go in there and leave a condolence message to the family. No, I know he's in Tennessee near the area I used to live. Well, maybe Google how many funeral homes are in there and then go to their website and look for his name. Search his name on the funeral home websites. Because there can't be, even here in my part of the country, we probably only got 6 or 7 max. And we have well over 100,000 people here. Sauna time at the gym. Woohoo! KK, we'll try that. Yes. Yeah. That's how I find, and I had a lot of students and coworkers pass away when I was, doing my thing of teaching, and that's how we do it. Professor says, I am talking to Bud now. Ah, you talking about Bud in Tennessee? Don't get to see poor old Bud a lot. He's a nice guy out in Tennessee. And of course, if you knew what cemetery he was going to be buried in, you could do that. If you knew what hospital he died in, that would also lead you down the road too. Bro, he is okay. Good. Bud's a good guy. Tell him we send our condolences. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Tell him we all do. Send him a good message. Lorelei's in the house. There's Lorelei. Hello, handsome. You look good in your hat. I know I do. Lorelei, I have a question for you. What happened to Bud? Long time no see. John, me and my wife went to her aunt in Georgia when her old white husband passed away. We stayed a week. Oh my God, John. Jamie says, somebody told me that Bud's mom passed away last week. Everybody said hello to Lorelei. Lorelei, what term in reference to money did you used to say when we were first married? Kind of like a term called, I don't think it was dinero, but there was a term that you would make reference to about money. And it's not no budget. So if you can think in your brain, what did you used to call money from the, I need that answer. So. Tarzan says, hi, everybody. Said hello to Lorelei. I don't even have my hat on, but okay, LV. Hiya, Miss Pack. Yes. Shotgun wedding. Craig says, hello, Mrs. Pack. Pizza? Lorelei, not pizza. That's not money. No, when we first got married, you mentioned that you weren't going to send this word to the Philippines or something about, and it was reference to money. Come on, you can do better. I like pizza. I want pizza. My wife won't let me have pizza. She says I'm fat and I can't have pizza. I like pizza. I want pizza. We all want pizza. I was talking to James Robinson earlier today. He bought a pizza. He got to eat pizza. He got 4 pizzas. He was a very nice guy. We met him a month before. Had a good visit. Nice. That's good, John. Green card. Yep, that's why we do the money. For pizza, so that we don't have a clue. Now, there was a term you used to say that was money. I mean, like dinero, it wasn't pesos. There's a term that you used to say, and I know I'm not hallucinating that much. So, they're always funny. Dennis is always funny, but it's true, Miss LV. Everybody can start calling Mrs. Pack LV. So, but there's a term, and it drives me crazy now. I want to know the answer. I'm going to Google it until the eyeballs pop out. I think somebody brought that up earlier. Kawarta is Philippines. Okay, Kawarta. Maybe that's what it was. I know that was brought up earlier. I think Craig brought that up. Rusty says endowance. No, wrong answer. Bro, tell me, Bud. I've been worried about him. Jamie's saying, Professor, please tell Bud I've been worried about him. I haven't had access to my old Facebook, so I have a new one. So double LV, oh my God. Yes, that's the plan for the 40th birthday, double LV. She's going to, I'm telling you, Lorelei, you got to think about your cake. We need to go order your birthday cake this weekend. Okay, so I think Craig brought that up, or Ronald, or one of the ones that actually are smart. Dennis didn't bring it up. So I think it was Craig who said that. Okay. I heard about the double DS. We're going to live stream Lorelai's birthday party. Everybody's welcome to join us, have cake. Big John says, my brother Googles women with his eyeballs when they walk by. Well, is he married? Is he single? So yes, so that's good. I don't really do funerals anymore. I kind of quit doing funerals. I mean, if I have to, I'll go to show a little bit of respect. But I think funerals are for the living, I guess, because when you're dead, you know, you don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't see the necessity of funerals. If I don't like, here's what I don't like about when people die. I don't like the fact that all these people that haven't seen the person in 20 years coming out boo-hooing because the person died. I think that is so fake when that happens. You know, if you didn't see the person for the last 20 years, why are you sad that they're dead? You know what I mean? Those type of things confuses me. Jamie says, I didn't go to my brother or sister funeral since I was out of state. Round 2 or 3, he thinks he's married. Okay. And too many of my friends have died. Yeah, when you get old like us, Tim. Well, Jamie, don't feel bad. I had a sister that died locally, but I didn't go to her funeral because, you know, her and her nieces tried to cause problems with my beautiful wife, calling her a gold digger and some other shit. And so we cut her off totally, and I mean totally. And so I didn't go to her funeral because I don't do that. I'm not a hypocrite. If I don't like you, I'm not coming to your funeral. I'm just not. You know, maybe I'm a jerk, but Professor says, Jamie, Bud has your message. Okay, great. So Jamie, Ronald got the message delivered. Today marks 1 year since my sister's funeral. I went via Zoom. That's good. While my siblings were so rude to me. Well, tell them to F off. You know, when siblings are rude, just give them the middle finger. Tell them to kiss it. Big John says, my dad says that they should be treated like good when they were. I agree. That's kind of my point, you know? Thank you very much, Professor, from Jamie. That's kind of my point, too. It just, I don't get it either. Now, one thing I'll tell you that when my brother Robert, who I was close to and saw on a regular basis, died of alcoholism, I can't remember how many years now, maybe 8 years ago. And I did have a brother that lived out of state. He was in hospice. And so I had a brother that I'm close to in Dallas who couldn't make it up. But I got Robert and him, thanks to Lorelai and us having iPhones, for them to FaceTime each other before he died. So that worked out pretty good for both of them. They got, their brothers. They were close growing up. They were close as adults, but not super close. So, but they stayed in touch and they got to FaceTime each other before he died. So that worked out pretty well. Now, I did get pissed off because the niece who wanted to get $5,000 from Lorelai while I was in a coma started taking selfies of my dead brother on her phone with her. She wanted to, showing that her uncle died. Pissed me off. Boy, I went through the roof on that one. I laid it into them. You do not take effing selfies with somebody who's dead. You don't do it. You don't do it. When they're dying even, you don't do it. That pissed me off. But she's also the one that tried to get $5,000 out of Lorelai when I was in a coma. So there you go. Professor says you have to look Jamie's last name up for Bud. Okay. Oh, I have a new one that doesn't have my name. Okay, so you guys get that. I try to chat with my old friends on a regular basis. Nice, good. Unbothered. Is Bud's his full name? So is Ronald, is that contact information that Jamie has the right one to find him on Facebook? Big John says, youngest brother texts me all the time. Yeah, my brother in Dallas and I talk once a week. We've hung out together. We send messages once in a while with stupid shit. So, but I don't expect anybody to come to my funeral, people. When I die, here's what I want you guys to understand and I want you to do. One, I'm going to be cremated. So if you feel bad about me killing over dead, just send Lorelai some money. That's it. That's it. Give her a little gift because I'm dead and she got lucky. She doesn't got to put up with the mirror. And I mean that. I don't want any fanfare at my death. I really don't. When you die, you die. I'm not going to know whether you said anything about my death or I just don't know. Jamie's going to add him, Ronald, if you don't mind telling him. Gabe, copy that, sis. Got it? Good. See? She can put you in the LV, Dennis says, and carry me around with her everywhere I go. Now, she may have to get one of the Walmart bags, one of the Walmart purses versus a Louis Vuitton purse to carry me around in. She might want to get a $10 one to carry me around in. But I know that sounds weird and crude, but nobody needs to make a fuss over me when I die. I didn't do anything special. I just, lived my life, done what I've done, and everybody will forget about me in a year or two. I mean, that's what happens. We just kind of slowly forget. And every once in a while we remember, oh yeah, I remember talking about da-da-da, So it's okay for me just to get to that point. Tim says the internet is acting up today because you got a big storm coming, probably, Tim. I don't know how you got... Now, look, what I will say is this. If I was going to be buried, I would want to be buried. And I mean in a cardboard box, literally a cardboard box that is biodegradable. And I would want my body to be dissolved back into the earth. I would want to be buried that way so that I could decompose and be a part of the earth. If I was ever going to be buried. But I'm not. I want to be cremated. And then you can just throw me in the ocean and get it over with. Or flush me down the toilet. I don't care. I'm dead. What am I going to know? Now, Lorelai is going to be the one that's probably sad. So you gotta be there for those type of people. But don't be sad for me. My sister was cremated. My bro Ken said, well, looks like you'll be getting more of these phone calls as we get older. Yes. But he said it so casually in front of her 15-year-old daughter. Well, it's probably not, I mean, it's an honest statement, Jamie, right? But sometimes you could be we could be a little bit more tactful, I guess. I'm not very tactful. But I get where you could say, yeah, it would be a little, you could do it more tactful. But it's a true statement. There you go. Tim says, just like auto racing. If you're not first, then it doesn't matter the next day. That's right. That's it. Cremate, take coal dust, squash into a diamond. There you go. Lorelai might like that. You could take me to the lab where they make lab-grown diamonds. You think they can make a lab-grown diamond out of my ashes? Add a little carbon to it, I guess, and make some lab-grown diamond. That might work. That might be all right. But that's what I mean. I think there are people that suffer emotionally when people die. I do. I get it. They have pain in their heart when this happens. But for people that haven't seen you in 20 years, to act like, oh my God, it's such a, go back to Walmart and leave everybody alone. But then again, I'm just a jerk. It's my job to be a jerk. And Lorelai is going to be cremated too. Now, here's what I think is sad. And Jamie can probably relate to this and others. When I die, understand this. When I kill over dead, I don't think there's anybody in my family that is brave enough to call Lorelei and say, I want David's truck. I want David's fishing equipment. I think they understand that they get nothing. Because I've told them repeatedly, you get nothing. It's all Lorelei's. You can do what you want to them. There's nobody in my family, I don't believe, that would have the balls to call Lorelei up and say, I want whatever. Let's see, did you know they make you sign paperwork and your partner when you go in to have a baby in case something? Oh, yeah. Of course, you got to sign the living trust and paperwork and the medical power of attorney type thing if something goes wrong when you're having a baby. Yeah, I knew that much. But then again, we got a friend that's a neonatal nurse, and I've known a lot of nurses that come through the college. So yeah, I've known that one. It takes one to know one. Craig says, this is just a journey. We'll work it out when home. Yes, I understand. But, so with that saying, I think everybody in my family knows no. But how much do you want to bet, even though my wife's sister has not been good to my wife the last 3 years? She's prevented the children, my wife's nieces and nephews, from talking to her. She said no, they can't talk to her aunt because she's afraid that her kids are going to like Lorelei better and want to come to America to live because we would pay for them to go to nursing school. But we can't do all of that because Mama's jealous. So Mama really hasn't talked to Lorelei, or her sister hasn't bothered with her, right? Since she got to America as a teacher and we helped her. Now she's going back to the Philippines. She started making phone calls again. Oh, sister. But anyway, that's beyond the other point. So now that sister's getting kicked out of America and have to go back to the Philippines and be poor again, she's like, oh, remember, you're my sister. But here's what would happen. If Lorelei passed away, I bet you $25 million quadrillion, I would be getting all kinds of messages from the Philippines telling me that her cousins or her sister, her nieces and nephews wants her jewelry, I need to send her jewelry, her clothing, her purse, all to the Philippines for them to have. I bet you 25 quadrillion dollars. That would be one of the first things that happens. Are you going to be sending Lorelei stuff to the Philippines so we can have it? How much do you want to bet? Jamie says, spot on, yep, no one is going to call Charlie and ask for anything. I've told him to tell them to go fly a kite in a storm. They're not allowed to have contact with any one of my kids, even, oh, good. That's good, Jamie. Now, here's the problem, Jamie. If you're not legally married, their biological siblings, unless it's in your name, they could go after it. They could go after probate and try to get something. So unless it's in your name and or like a car, but if it's not, if it's like a bunch of tools and you're not married, they could sue you for it in a court, probate court. My wife's aunt would not give anything to her son-in-law, anything the old man would never got along with. I told my ex to allow my family to take her right now. Yeah. Just causing drama, Jamie says. Just pick one as wife number 2. Hell no. They're nasty. Ew, yuck. Big John, the son-in-law never talked with the father-in-law. Well, there you go. Yeah. But how much do you bet? You want to bet. I'm telling you, they would be on the phone immediately. They just would. My family, we've had enough go F yourselves that they're not going to call them. They probably won't even, my one brother in Dallas would help Lorelei, but I think every other one of them knows not even to call her, not even to bother her. Rosie says, best advice is never to get married. I disagree with you. There's a lot of good things about getting married. There's a lot of bad things about getting married. And what I will tell you, when the right woman comes along, Dennis, all of the apprehension about getting married goes out the window. When the right person comes along, the apprehensions, the hesitations, the roadblocks, they all disappear. If you don't know, relatives just post that you won the lottery. You will find relatives you don't even know you had. That's right. Ronald's got to go get him a smoke break. Her or you, Miss Man? Well, she's feeling under the weather, so it's probably Miss Man. Just live before you marry? Yes, yes. But being married's not bad. There's good legal things to it. But if you're not married and you're living with a partner, unless you have legal documents, domestic partnership, and unless you can prove it's a common law marriage, which is in Arkansas is after 7 years. You got to be living with somebody for 7 years to be common law married. And then you got to prove that you've lived together that long. Until the divorce papers come along in a few years, yes. Well, that's why Rusty's going to be single. I have 0 items except for my car. I have clothing, but no jewelry. Madeline already has other electronics pictures of my ex as full custody, so they can't get what she. Yeah, I agree with that. Jamie, I think you're doing it the right way. Look, what we've done, because we don't have children. If we had children, I would have a legal will. But I'll just tell you guys, what we've done is everything is co-owned, jointly owned. So when I die, Lorelai still owns it. When she dies, I still own it no matter what, period. We're jointly owned. On our title of our house, I can't remember the exact wording, but there's a type of wording that you put in mortgage papers that when one dies, the other one gets the house and they don't have to go to probate. The other wording, you got to go to probate. The house goes through probate. So it's like Lorelai has a car in her name. The truck is in both of our names. The car is in both of our names. And it's and or. So, period. And we do that. The bank accounts are the same way. Our finances, she's not a co-signer. She's a co-owner. So it doesn't matter if I die or not. I wonder what the common law, well, it's 7 years in Arkansas, so it's probably pretty lengthy. I did my paperwork already, so they can't say I was old and wasn't thinking right. There you go. Well, that is the problem, Craig. And that is something why I'm thinking about creating a will. And Lorelai and I got to go over this. And we got to think about it. But I don't know yet. Right now, it would just go to probate, which means my family would fight for it. So, which I don't like, Craig. I admit, we have screwed the pooch on that one, Craig. So that is on my to-do list for 2025, 2024, and now it's on my to-do list for 2026. To get that resolved, that if we both die, what's going to happen to it? So, and Lorelai and I have to come to the meeting of the minds. My logic right now, I tell you, everything would go to my brother in Dallas. They don't need it, but his daughter could use a lot of it, the money. And then what we would probably do, to be honest, is I would set it up to where maybe he would give her family X amount of dollars, like maybe $5,000 each. And then my brother's daughter would get the rest of the estate and him. I don't know, but it's a great question. And that's something we pondered, but we've never decided firmly what we're going to do. If we have, Craig, because Lorelai tells me sometimes we've already done things, that I've forgotten to do it because of my squishy brain. You may get a Kleenex? Woohoo! That's a great question for a lawyer. Well, if it's in Arkansas and we both die, then everything we own goes to probate. That's it. The court would step in, lock up the house after everybody stole everything, and it would go to probate, is what would happen. And a court would decide what happens. And if the court auctioned everything out, they would get a chunk of the assets. Rusty, you better get that written up, dude. That's Sir Dude to you. I will. We're working on it. I've only been working on it for 10 or 12 years. So, Big John says, different state. Mine might be different. It might be. I mean, that's what I mean. you know. But one way to eliminate some of that is we have everything in each other's name. There is no other, no, sir dude, not senior dude, involves money. I need to make sure my family doesn't get my babies. Okay, and you need to write that up. That needs to be in a will. Or they have a right to claim them through court, and the court would decide what happens. They would only want them for money. Yeah, government money, the foster care money. You can't just not be there for two babies being born, then all of a sudden be interested in them. Yeah, I agree. You can't be in their lives, but now you realize, oh, there's money to come. Let me take the kids, right? So, but Jamie, to be serious, I know enough. I'm not bright. I'm not a smart guy, but I do know enough because I've lived life for 4,000 years. I've been around forever. And I'm telling you, when it comes to child custody, it has to be in a will, in writing, be legalized, or the biological bloodline can sue and receive custody, whether it's your wishes or not. If it's not legally documented, I'm telling you. And I'll tell you a backup story on that. Tim says, I don't have any assets other than my bank accounts in the States and the Philippines. Good. Bud's in the house. Good evening, Bud. Good to see you. Great to see you. How's things in Tennessee? Going pretty good this year. Thank you. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you for the thumbs up. We're having a wonderful year. We heard that you had a loss in the family. We send you our condolences. Only my son can inherit. Good. Hey, yeah, there, Bud. Hello, Bud. You're older than Bud. The Bud is alive. He is indeed Bud. Hugs. I'm so sorry for your loss. Oops. Forgot the chat. That's why I'm asking everyone who's getting which car or house. Well, but if it's not documented, then it doesn't matter. That's what you have to understand. If it's not documented, the bloodline can all fight for it, and the court will decide who gets what. That's why I've told a lot of people, when you get elderly, a lot of elderly people I've helped out with their estate, and I've told them point blankly, you need to start giving away things that you don't need now, right? Like if there's a family heirloom, a clock, you need to give it away now, or put their name on it, and have it, when you're done with it, you got to give it away. Big John says, condolences, Bud. Good to see you, Bud. Dennis, hope all is going well for you, brother Arm Candy General. Yes, I'll let Charlie know we need to write something up, and it needs to be notarized by a notary. It needs to be a legal document. Now, you can find those legal documents online, but you also got to, having an attorney do it is not that, it's worth the money. Do they do free will writing like pro bono? Some do. There are some agencies that have pro bono family planning work. What I would do if you have, yes, there are. I can't remember what ours is called here, but we have that, and you would probably qualify if you lived here, where they would help you with that. Yes. So you have to just search your part of the world, but yes. Oh, I understand. You have to update your will regularly. Well, you do when it needs to be updated. If not, it stands as so. So if you made your will and 10 years later you got 4 new houses, and when you did your will, you only have 1 house, and you put that 1 house in the will and you didn't put the 4, then the 4 goes to probate court and the 1 gets to go wherever you want. Or vice versa, if you got 4 houses and then you put that in your will, and when you die, you only owe 2 houses or no houses or whatever. Yes. If you have a lot of moving parts, you need to update regularly. If you have new children, you need to update. If you get a divorce, you got to update. If you move, you need to update. If you win the lottery like I did, I won that $500 billion the other day, you have to update your will. You document your kids might show up. Yes. Unbranded children will come out of the winter. Yes, I am, Bud. Thank you. I'm expecting another baby in April, Bud. She is. Jamie's having a baby. And Dennis is not the father. Dennis, I'd like to get that out of the way. So, thank you for coming in. Round 2, chili lime. I'll ask Mid-Missouri Legal. Yeah, there you go. There you go. One of those type of agencies. They did, yeah, exactly. Them. They should do it. They should be able to help you with that. It's not real complicated for lawyers to do, and they can knock it out. But I'll say, Mama, I'll see Mama soon. Thank you all very much. All right. Well, Bud, hopefully it's not too soon, but I know what you kind of mean. It says, great to see you all again. Well, Bud, let me tell you, Jamie is pregnated, and we're going to do a baby shower on my channel on April the 3rd. It's a Friday. You're welcome to join us, and we're going to talk about Jamie's baby. And we're going to do a virtual baby shower on April the 3rd for Jamie. So you guys are all welcome to join us on that live stream. Bud, in such of a hurry, yes. Best wishes, Bud, stay strong, Craig says. So yes, legal services will do work well for you, Jamie. I think you'll be fine. But I've settled 3 people's estates for them. I was the, what do we call that word? The executor of 3 different estates. I know how messy it can get. I know how horrible it can get. And the reason I was the executor of 3 different estates, one was my grandparents' estates, but the other one was because he knew that I would follow his wishes to the rule, to the law, no matter what his family said. So he knew A, B, C, and D would happen because I'm an asshole, and I would make it happen the way he wanted it, whether anybody else wanted it or not. Tim says, prayers to your brother and your loved ones. Yes, stay strong. So you got to do that. And we do need to do that. Craig brings up a great point about what if we both kill over dead. What I'm really concerned about is who's going to take care of my dog. So look, I don't give a crap about the money, the house, the cars. When it comes to both of us dying, I need it documented that my brother gets my dog. That's my big issue. I want somebody to take care of my dog. The hell with everything else. Now, what I have decided, and I got this part down, whoever inherits my dog or dogs, if we're both dead, they would receive 20% of the estate for taking care of the dogs. That's it. So they would get 20% of whatever my estate sells for to take care of my dogs. Now, we're down to 1 dog because Daisy died, but when I get old and I can't walk and I can't enjoy life anymore, I may get another one. You never know. But she is a sweet young lady. She's doing well in life. She's trying her best to do well in life. And we just want to continue to support her in those efforts, Bud, and give her a baby shower. I think we can all do it here online. I don't see why we can't have a virtual baby shower for somebody. Rusty says, you need some Elton John glasses. Well, I have a lot of different cool sunglasses. I'm kind of a steampunk sunglass type person. But since these are prescription glasses, I can't see them. Dennis says, I'll take 18%. All right. Jamie says, thank you very much, bud. 20%, it's crazy. I love dogs. Well, that's I've already decided that. 20% off the top for taking care of the dogs. Craig says, I'll do it for 10. Bezazzled. Aussie, what the? Cheaper. Frames. No, yeah, I don't, yeah. I'm kind of particular. I know I would look good in Elton John glasses. I get that. I mean, I know it's really strange. I'm one of these people that no matter what I wear, shirts, hats, or different glasses, I always look good. So I can put the strangest thing on and still look very handsome and charming. I get that, but it kind of gets old always looking this good. So sometimes I just kind of take a step back and kind of be a little bit more low-keyed is what I try to do. But I think that's fair, and so I do need to get that written up this year. I do. Maybe I need to just spend the $300 and hire an attorney and do a will. And I think what we would do is, once again, and my brother could do all this, is we'd leave everything to my brother or his daughter, and they could give, after whoever takes my dog, the 20% comes off. they could take maybe 10% for each kid or something, or 5%, and send that over to the Philippines. But I would have them ration it out, because if you gave the Philippine people 10, 15,000 bucks off the top, man, that money's going to be shit gone in a heartbeat, right? So, and you have to understand this about other countries. You can't just dump a large sum of money on people that have never had a large sum of money. If you dump $15,000 onto her sister, she's going to go ape shit, and that shit's going to be gone in a heartbeat, right? You can't do it. So you got to structure it if you want them to do good with it. Captain Lou Albano beard, yeah, he was kind of nasty and dirty looking though. And I don't like rubber bands. I'm not a fan of how rubber bands smell, so I wouldn't put one in my beard. And I just trimmed my beard today with my brand new trimmer that I'm doing a video on. I got a brand new professional grooming trimmer that I'm doing that on. I just did this today, so I don't look as old. Or maybe I still look old, I don't know. But that's just something to think about. I know it enough that you can't send big money to the Philippines like that. You can't do it. So I would entrust him, and I trust him, that maybe once a year he could send a few $1,000s over until all the money's used up. I don't know, but we have to work that out. Money changes people. That's correct, John. And the problem is, in America, 15, 20, 25, 30 grand is really not that much money in America. Or however much, maybe it's 50 grand. It's not that much money here. But if you dump it into a country like the Philippines or Thailand or Nigeria or wherever, that's gigantic money, and it causes disasters. Jamie says, very true, Tarzan. No change, Craig says. I don't know. How would you guys give money to the Philippines? Let me ask you that question. That'd be really good input. How would you guys handle if you died and needed to and you were going to give money to people in the Philippines after your death? How would you guys do this? Let me know. And unfortunately, I don't have any will in the Philippines or the States, Tim says. Well, then your money will just go boop to the government, right? Or to your next blood, or somebody in your bloodline. That's how that would happen. Your accounts here in America, the government would just take them, and then they would try to find an error. If they don't, the government keeps it. Bud says, me and my brother only miss Mom, and we would do anything for each other in this world. And they told Mom Bud would never have to do without, and they don't need anything in this world. All right. My family doesn't have greed in our heart. That's good. Between me and my brothers, outstanding. I hate to see when people separate when their parents. Oh, I agree. Been there, done that. I mean, I settled my grandparents' account. I've settled. I see it. I've seen it. Been a part of it. But I'm glad that you guys have peace with that, Bud. I think that's very, very rare. I don't have any children anywhere. What about a brother, an aunt, whoever's in the bloodline? But Tim, if you don't designate it to go like to maybe a charity for the homeless vets in America, then what happens is the government takes the bank account, and then if nobody claims the bank account after so long, the government keeps the money. That's what happens. So maybe you could set it up to where the money goes to homeless veterans. Or, if you want, Tim, you can adopt me. I can be your son. You can adopt me. Name me as and you can name it. Look, your beneficiaries do not have to be part of your bloodline in any way, shape, or form. You can pick a random person on the street to be a beneficiary of your estate. But if you don't have any beneficiaries, the government's going to take it and decide who gets it. And whoever comes knocking at the government, your siblings, your family members, whoever thinks they have a bloodline connection to you is going to try to get it. But Jamie says, but I had no choice but separate myself. My brothers and sisters are vultures. They're absolutely greedy, and they're not nice to Jamie. And look, and I'm a big believer in this. I mean, I've disassociated a lot of people in my family because they're greedy, they're rude. Look, I'm not putting up with your shit. Just because we share DNA doesn't make us family. That's how I look at it. And maybe that's a little harsh, but just because you're my brother or you're my sister by blood doesn't mean I owe you anything. Doesn't mean you deserve anything of mine. It doesn't mean squat to me. True Colors came out after the parents passed away. Yes, yes, yes. The day my dad passed away, my brothers and sisters swooped in, cleaned out his house before anybody knew it. Wasn't even in the ground or furniture, etc. Yeah, I know. I've seen that happen. People swoop in and clean things out so nobody can claim it. And they don't realize, technically, if there's not in the will, that's stealing. There's been lots of people prosecuted for taking stuff out of a dead person's house when the estate has not been, I can't remember the word, executed. Sweet lady Jamie, I wish that wasn't the way in your family, but I've seen it too often. That's why him and his family work so hard not to be that way. I got a feeling with the Bud. Bud is seen as he doesn't be that. God made us all, so we're all God's children. You're my brother and always will be. There you go. But I'm real big on that. I think just because we're related doesn't mean anything. I think it's about how people treat you. But I'll go a step further. I am one of these people that absolutely believe I do not reward bad behavior. I'm not going to give you something for being bad. I'm not going to do it. I will not do it. No rewards for bad behavior. Thank you. I don't know, but Brandon OD in 2023, Shelly died and Sarah died in February of 25 of an OD. Ouch. Yakuza, which is the Japanese mafia. So I do think we're all equal, bud. We're all humans. We have the same thing. But I'm just a big, big believer. I don't reward bad behavior. Bud, you're always in my heart and my friend. Yeah, Bud's a good guy. A lot of us on YouTube, come back. A lot of us on YouTube aren't good people, but Bud's a good person. Some of us are just mean jerks like me. That's so sad, David. You should think about that. End up with regrets. No, Craig. I've really made peace with that. About you talking about the biological thing. A biological connection to me just really doesn't mean anything. I really am at peace with that. My family don't deserve people that are related to me. Versus no, that's Filipino dog meat dish and not the Japanese mafia. All right. So, my views is back. I wish to send money to the Philippine bank account or Gcash. I use Wise and send. Yeah, but you can only send small amounts. I'm talking about like if you're in America and you need to send an inheritance to the Philippines of 25 grand or something like that. I mean, because we know how bad 25 grand to a Filipina or a Filipino would be. It would be devastating. David says, power was out, back again. David's in the house. Everybody say hello to David. Thank you for that. So, yeah. Now, Craig, I will say also that there's time for those relationships to change. But currently, since just because we're blood doesn't mean anything. It just doesn't to me. It never has. My obligation right now is to my wife. So, and that's it, period. is to my wife. If I had kids, everything would be obligated to my kids and my wife. But my living brother, who I haven't talked to in 15 years, or my sister, who why would they get anything? Why would I give them anything? Why would I give their children that I've never met anything? That doesn't make any sense to me. I'd rather give it to a charity that I know that's going to do good work with it. Hello, David from Tim. Hey, David. David, hiya, Tim. I hope things are going good in the Philippines for you, David. Tim says the tropical storm's headed his way-ish. So, hello, Miss Avocado. And before I got married, what was funny was, before I got married to Lorelei, my family did think I was going to give them all of my money, right? And I had to tell them, when I told them I was getting married, my nieces and my sisters and brothers that were all living around me, we had a thing, and I told them, I said, oh yeah, I'm going to marry Lorelei. She'll be here in June, you know. And they got a little mad wanting to know what was going to happen to their share of the inheritance, you know. And I had to tell them, I said, what makes you think you were going to get anything? There was nobody, I was never going to divide my estate up amongst family members. It was all designed to go to charity. I already had it squared away to go to different charity groups that I knew and I trusted. But then when I got married, I switched all that to go to Lorelei. But my family, which I thought was funny, was pissed off at Lorelei because they thought she stole their potential inheritance money. But they were never going to get it to start with. Yep, raining there, David says, but not heavy. Okay, nice. So how would you guys structure people in the Philippines, getting a windfall of $25,000? I mean, would you do a monthly stipend? Would you do a yearly stipend? Would you try to put it in a bank in the Philippines, or just give it all to them at once and let shit all fly loose and go crazy? You can do it. It just takes time with the processing. 1,500 took 4 business days. An American bank account to Wise to the Philippines bank account was instant. Yeah, when we're in the Philippines, I use Charles Schwab. I can go to any ATM in the world, not pay an ATM fee, and take out up to $1,000 at Charles Schwab at a time. So that's how we get cash. But I'm more talking about how do you help them Filipinas and Filipinos not wind up blowing $25,000? How do you get it to where it actually benefits their life for more than a week or two as they go ass-wipe crazy, drinking, partying, and buying everybody everything? Because you know that's what's going to happen because they can't manage. Russ says, no, I have a lawyer and investor manage it. Well, I understand what you're saying if you're in America, right? But we're talking about a totally different country. This camera's there. But we're talking about, we're in a different country. So the Philippine financial structure is not the same as the United States financial structure. Crazy thing is, everybody knows that I can sing. I didn't know you could sing. I got a record deal. Tomorrow, you want to bet my siblings would be calling me, begging me to be in my life. Yes, I agree. You win the lottery and everybody's going to come. I didn't know you could sing, Jamie. Well, you better get ready to sing at your baby shower then. I didn't know that. No, yes, but I get you. No executor, write out instructions on how to get, well, and that's what I mean, John. I know I could write it out and tell my brother, here's how to do it. But my question is, how would you do it? What would those instructions be? Do you send a monthly stipend of $500? What do you do? How do you invest it here and then send over a monthly? I mean, what would you do, John, in this situation? Right. AJ, my views, your world is correct. My girl has a tough time managing $400. Right, and that's my point. So what happened if your girlfriend got $25,000? They can't get a dual passport. They can't. It's not how it works in the Philippines. They can't. Unless they're married to an American, and you're in America, you can get What you have to do to do this, I'll explain it to you. It's real simple. I'm liking my phone today. To become a dual citizen, one, you have to renounce the Philippine citizenship when you're in America. When the time is right, you can apply to become an American citizen. You have to renounce the Philippine citizenship, and after you get your American citizenship, you can go back to the Philippines and get a dual citizenship. But a Filipino living in the Philippines can't do that. They can't even come to America, except for in very rare cases. Jamie says, yep, I can sing. Yeah, I really didn't know that. No, I have someone in the U.S. take care of the dog instead of a country that enjoys eating it. No, you idiot. Come on, Rusty, are you that dumb? No, we're not shipping the dog to the Philippines to be taken care of. The dog would stay in America. The person who takes care of the dog would get 20% of the estate, but we would probably give Lorelei's family, my wife's from the Philippines, her family, some money in the Philippines, because they're in the Philippines. So to be nice, we would take part of our money, divide it up, maybe 2.5% or 5%, and give each one of the nieces and nephews a share, right? So the key is how not to overwhelm them people with a big one-time check of $25,000. Because if you give somebody $25,000, it's like me getting $1 million. So you give $25,000 to somebody in the Philippines, it's just like if somebody walked in and gave me $1 million. Same thing. I would go shit crazy. I mean, I wouldn't, but most people would. So that's what I mean. The dog stays in America, buddy. Location dictates money need. It does, John, and that's kind of my point, right? Monthly or weekly stipend would be good. It would be a lot of work, so you'd have to set it up, right, on a rotational thing somehow. You'd have to do that. So you'd have to get through the banking system where a monthly stipend could be deposited in the Bank of the Philippines or so forth. So yeah, so that's what I mean. How would you guys give that windfall without it just being pissed away? Because I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't give you a windfall if I knew you were going to piss it away. If it wasn't going to benefit you and make your life better, I'm not going to give you a windfall of money. And maybe that's just me, but that's just me. Jamie, you still got my address so you can send me my autographed CD. Woohoo! Me and some of the guys have heard you sing. She sings great. Nice. Nice. All right. Man. Woohoo. Jamie's going to have to sing at the baby shower. Now, Bud, I've been selling topless photos of myself. If you want one of those, I could send you and the guys one of those. I didn't go batshit crazy when I got my windfall. Well, good. I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you had the restraint not to do it. But most people do. Most people can't handle, even in America, people can't handle that. I mean, most people go batshit crazy. Oh, I'll look for your address. I moved a bit. I now live in Missouri. Maybe you can Facebook the address in through Messenger if you need to. I live in Missouri now. I find you on Facebook. We can catch up soon. Absolutely. Facebook it. No, my God, are you dumb as a rock, Rusty, or not? Come on. I thought you were a smart guy. You sound like you're dumb as a rock. No, I'm not going to send money to the Philippines. So a dog can be taken care of in America. You know better than that. Come on, use your brain. I expected better out of you. Come on. Now, I would, once again, give 20% of the estate to, if my brother said, hey, I'll take the dog, I'd give him 20% of, he would probably get more than that, but I'd give him 20% alone just for the dog. So if I split it up into 10% for everybody, he would get his 10% plus an additional 20% for taking care of the dog living in America. Lorelei's nieces and nephews would get 10% also, but they live in a foreign country that's not used to handling big sums of money. Do better. I expect better out of you, Rusty. Come on, man. You can do it. You can rise above. You can be all that can be all. So that was part of our debate, Craig, way back about your question about what do you do if we both kill over dead. That was one of our debates. How do we do it without screwing the pooch in the Philippines, so to speak? And Craig gets 10%. That's right. The man down under. You keep talking about sending a win. It would be. So it would be a windfall of money to the people that live in the Philippines compared to the United States. As I said, if I sent $25,000, if I gave that to a Philippine citizen, it'd be like me getting $1 million in America, right? You understand that? So it's a big windfall for them to get $25,000. They're not used to managing money at that sums. That's gigantic money in the Philippines. Bye, Tim. I take care, everybody. See you, Tim. We appreciate you. Be right back. Got to check on my baby. Got to check on the baby Bruce. You're round as a rock. I am. Smart as a dog. Bye, Tim. See you, Tim. You got it now? All right. Good boy. My dog just snorted at you. You're going to kiss it? Good job. So kissing's a good thing. So that was our debate. Lorelai would probably tell me we already figured this out and I just forgot it, Greg. Because I do, the squishy brain sometimes comes in and I figure things out and I write it all down in a notebook because I keep notebooks full of stuff. And but then I don't do anything about it. And I asked Lorelai, I said, hey, Lorelai, we need to do A, B, and C. She's like, well, we already did that a long time ago. We did. So keep it simple, stupid. That's always it. Oh, I thought you liked kissing butt. I thought that's what you were saying. That you wanted to kiss my butt because I'm such of an outstanding financial genius instead of keep it simple, stupid. That's right. Keep it super simple, what we would say. So in the teaching world, instead of calling people stupid, we would say keep it super simple. Super simple. Exchange would be fine. Okay, all right. A chance would be good. Woohoo! You like that, Craig? Because, we can't trust the people in the Philippines with the money we send them now, But I got to raise some money so I can add more. I keep notebooks in my house and my vehicles. I'm trying to raise money too, bud. I'm looking for a $5 million donation. If you know anybody that would like to give me, I prefer it through my PayPal account, not YouTube, because they take 30%. So if anybody wants to donate $5 million to my PayPal account, I would greatly appreciate it. So, but we are going to do a little bit of a gift giving to Jamie for her baby shower. We are doing. Dennis already contributed some funds. Lorelai and I have contributed some funds. We're also going to play a game called Guess the Baby, and I think I've changed the rules on this, everybody. I thought about this late last night. What I'm going to do is this. For guessing Jamie's baby's weight, we're going to do it at the live baby shower, right? We're going to document it. You can only vote or make 5 guesses, $1 each guess. You send it to my PayPal account or Jamie's directly, it doesn't matter. What I'm going to do for the winner, so you invest $5, and I know it's not a lot of money, but I will guarantee the winner $25 out of my own pocket. Instead of 25%, we're going to give all of the proceeds to Jamie and the baby, and I will send the winner $25 myself. So if you have a chance for investing up to $5 to get $25 back out of my own money. I think we're going to do it that way with the guessing the baby weight. What do you guys think? So that's what we're going to try to do. Try to do it. Great idea, Craig says, yeah. Instead of doing the math of Jamie getting 75 and me and the winner getting 25, I'm just going to give somebody $25. Whoever wins gets it. And I will even be good and disqualify, because Lorelai and I are going to vote or guess, and I'm going to disqualify Lorelai and I. So all the other people that in the pool will have a better chance of getting the $25. So if we win, it's going to default to the next closest. So if I get lucky and my number wins, well, I would decline it. Then the next person who's the closest will be the winner. I think that would work really good. Bud says, I would rather her have the $25 than me. But I know that, and that's why, and that's what's going to happen. But I promise you, most people will do the $5, make the 5 guesses, and then when they win, just say, send it to Jamie. I know that. And that's kind of part of the plan, right? But as an incentive to get people to donate or to make the guesses, I've offered, a payback to that person. You know, I thought that might help us raise some money, but it's kind of, but I know, because, yeah, we would do the same thing, The extra 25, Craig says right on, but yeah, Craig would do it, Dennis would do it, Pat would do it. I don't know anybody that would take the $25, but we're going to offer a $25 reward. Whether nobody claims it, it would go to Jamie. That's correct. So, you're a great guy. Well, thank you for that, bud. I don't know about that, but I don't know about that. I really don't. But I'm happy to try to do little things that I can. There's not much we can all do. And Jamie's a good person. And we need to, I'm a firm believer that you got to build good people up. People that are maybe, what I tell people is this. I never, ever, ever give a handout. I don't give handouts. I give a hand up. And you got to be deserving and willing to take that hand up. A lot of people don't want a hand up, they want a hand out. Well, Jamie doesn't want a hand out. She's happy to have a hand up, and that's what we're going to do. So that's how I see it. I see it. And maybe I'm a little hard and have a lot of little rules, and I'm kind of off over here a little bit, but that is kind of how I do things, whether anybody likes it or not. So, but thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of that would be kind of fun as a game, is that we all have to guess by the time the baby shower is the baby's weight. And then when, of course, she has the baby, I'll make the big announcement on how much the baby weighs. And so maybe I could bribe Jamie, maybe I could bribe her to lie about the weight so I could act like I got it right. That's why Elvis Presley said after he sang the song in the ghetto, he said, if you see a brother down, help him up. For the sisters also. Yeah, I agree. And we truly got to help people up. I have a weird fantasy, not like that, Craig, Dennis, that if I ever won like $1 billion in the lottery, I would set up a community fund. And I thought long enough, because when I can't sleep, how I go to sleep is I do math. I calculate math, and I do things like that. I really kind of think that's how I go to sleep when I can't sleep. So I do a lot of it because I don't sleep well. But I have a theory or a plan if I won like $1 billion in lottery. I would set up a community fund. I would have people that ran the community fund and what it would be designed to do. And I've worked on this for years. Fantasy precedes action? Yes. Is this community fund would be designed, there's a couple things I would do. One involves churches. But what I would do is it would be designed to give people a hand up. And so I'm not looking to pay for a bachelor's degree, but if there's somebody that needs a battery for their car so they can get back and forth to work. If somebody's needing insurance and tag money to get their car tagged so they can go back and forth to work money. It's all about getting people to make money for themselves, right? That's my goal of my community fund. I want to give you a hand up so you can make more money. If you need the $500 to take a professional certification and you don't have it, but if you did, you would make 25% more, whatever it may be. The fund will be designed for those type of features. I would also, what I decided in my brain, certificates and 2-year degrees would qualify, terminal degrees would qualify, but not a bachelor's, not a master's, not a PhD, not paying for anything like that. But anything you could imagine is possible to get if it's helping you make more money. That's the key, because I want you to make more money through it. My all, been fun, Craig says. Got to pick up my son from school or from work. Thank you, Craig. Craig, have a great weekend. Yes. And the other thing I would do involves churches. I would, around the country, find different churches. And I know some of this wouldn't fly with some churches, but I would offer them this plan, this action plan. I would say, I'm going to give your church $100,000, let's say. I'm going to give the leaders, the men, 50,000. And I'm going to give the women leaders 50,000. And the men can't influence the women. They can't do that. So the men and the women both get 50,000 bucks. Okay? And then what happens is I want them to work together as a committee to figure out how to take that $50,000 and benefit their local community. Not new stained glass windows for the church, not a new van for the church. How they can take that money and put it into the community. Because what I'm looking for is a way to benefit communities that works. And then what I want to do is I want to document and keep up with what each group does throughout, like Arkansas, Kentucky, Tennessee. You pick random churches that are willing to do this. You tell them what the plan is. You want to see the data, how they spend that money and how it affects the community. Because what you're looking for is a program that really, really hit home and worked. Something that made a big enough difference to help people up out of the level that they're in. I think that would be a fascinating study in human behavior and benefit the local communities. And you may stumble across something that just works very, very well. But you got to let women think about this on their own. You got to let them work on this on their own. You got to let them. You got men doing it too. It's going to come up with two different things. I'm just telling you. And I'll give you kind of an example that reminds me of what made me think of this. Years ago, there was a guy, a retired helicopter mechanic, who was on disability. I can't remember. I think it was like Arizona or Texas. And what he did, which I kind of made me think of this partly, was he fixed people's cars for free if they could afford the part. Because he didn't have the money for the part normally. He might have some things that he could do. But if you're low income and you needed your car worked on, he would work on it labor-wise for free. But if you needed a new alternator, you had to kind of get your own alternator. But he would do all the work for free. And I think that's benefiting his community where these people go back to work, right? And that's what we want. We want people to earn money for themselves, not be dependent on the government or anybody else. That's my goal as a college teacher, was to get these students out there making money as fast as they can without going into student debt. That's where all of this comes from for me. I know it's probably crazy to a lot of you guys, but that's how I see it. I never wanted my students to go into debt for a college education that wasn't worth it. I wanted them to hit the streets making as much money as they could. So there you go. Long story, crazy story, but that's how I see it, and that's exactly how I would do it if we won the $1 billion lottery. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be entertaining. You could just randomly talk to people. When you met somebody at Walmart that, and you said hi to them and you talked to them a little bit, and you realize, they're walking to work. Well, maybe this community fund could help them not walk to work so that they could work more. Maybe they needed better shoes, whatever it may be. Maybe they needed money to turn the power on in their house. Things of those nature. Like I said, maybe they would like to go become a dental hygienist or a 2-year nursing degree. Things like that. We could pay for that. We could cover all of that cost. So that's kind of where I'm at on what I would do with weird money. So, all right, my friends, it's getting late for me. It's 9:40 going on 10 o'clock here. I know Lorelei sent me some messages. So I think we're going to jump off of here for tonight. We've been on a lot longer than I thought. Thank you all for coming in and watching my motion camera. I tried out my new motion camera. I got another one coming to track me. So I think it might be a good thing. I don't know. We'll find out over time if you guys like how the motion camera can follow you pretty much anywhere in the room that you go to. So it's kind of like over here. So, and you can do this. You can go okay, which activates it, or okay. I guess I got to learn how to make the okay sign. And then that makes it motion activated. And then you do this and it turns it off. So, okay, have a great rest of the year. Our local high school had a butcher's class. People took their animals. Yeah, there you go. To get them processed for free. See? My favorite class in college was psychology. I do believe, because if I could talk about the color of lenses you look through as you walk down the streets, you think about things. I agree. I like psychology classes too. I took a whole bunch of them, along with some philosophy. So being a college professor, I was able to take free classes. So I've taken more classes and classes, and sometimes the college would say, hey, we're starting a new class and we don't really have anybody signed up for it. We need warm bodies. Well, since I got to take it for free, I always volunteered. I'll go sit in it and take the class for free. And, maybe it was about quantum mechanics or an art class or this class or that. So I said, well, you need warm bodies. I got time. I can go sit in there for the semester and be your warm body. So I think it's a good thing. All right, everybody, we appreciate you. You guys all take care. Thank you all for the thumbs up. Bud, it was really good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. And we will see you guys probably Friday night. We're going to do a live stream Friday night for sure. So we'll see everybody Friday night. You guys take care and see you next time. Thanks, guys.